and welcome along to Northern Farms. Unexpected snowfall in late February has delayed our preparation of Field 8. So today, we need to plough, de-stone and seed it with barley. Can we get it all done? Let's get farming. So I was a little bit surprised by the sudden snowfall there was in February. The plan was originally to be doing this ploughing and de-stoning the previous day and get back on track so that this month we could get everything seeded. We still could get everything seeded over 2 days, but I would very much like to get it all done today. And you can see here we just have a massive stone problem on this field. And we actually have a bit of a stone problem on our other field as well, because we didn't de-stone anything last year. So as a result, we need to get a de-stoner on here this year, get everything de-stoned, and be able to deal with that going forwards into the future as well. We've got a pretty good track running on here now as well for the GPS. GPS seems to be keeping up with things pretty well, so I'm very happy with that. And yeah, that should make everything easier. So we're going to crack on with this. We're going to get a load of the ploughing done. And unfortunately, because of the borders around this field, I don't think I can set up a play course to get any of the jobs done on here, unfortunately. So we're going to have to do each job in turn, and hopefully we'll have enough hours to do it. We'll just see when we finish the ploughing. Now here's something a little bit interesting. We are a few rows into today's ploughing, and I've noticed a massive drop in big stones. In fact, if we go and have a look at the map and have a look at the stone situation on our field up here on field 8, look at that. We've gone from solid red stones to solid yellow stones on where we are. So I'm a little bit confused by that. I'm wondering if there's some difference that's made with the ground temperature. If you are doing ploughing at a time where the ground is frozen or hard or wet, maybe, does that actually pull up more stones? Because I've not encountered this really. And as far as I can tell, there's no difference between what we're doing today and what we did at the end of, or the beginning of February. Other than that, the ground was a lot colder, and the field was a bit wetter. Does that actually affect? I think there might be a little bit of experimentation to do there. As I've continued across the field, we still are only dragging up small stones. This is going to make a big difference to how much we can get done today. It's already 20 past 10. We are about 3/4 of the way through the field. And so probably looking at having this done around about midday, I think. And then we'll be able to just get the stoner on that first little part, because the rest of these will just roll in no problem whatsoever. My fuel level and my DEF level are scarily low at the moment, and I'm really hoping I have enough of both to finish the field. The DEF is, well, it might make it to the end. It is really, really low though, and I'm slightly worried about that. And that, I think, might go before the fuel level does. Either way, that fuel level starts flashing red, and I'm going to start getting worried. I'd like to be able to go down to the shop and refill with DEF. Our fuel tank is just the other side of the fence here, and we can fuel up at any moment. But it's the DEF we've got to drive all the way to the shop for. So if we start flashing red on that, we are going to be in quite a bit of trouble. As we're not flashing red on either at the moment, though, that is good. We might actually have a chance of getting to the end of this field Only a few more rows to go, and in fact we're now onto the narrow wedge down this side of the field. So with any luck we'll make it to the end, and then we can fuel up after that. This is going to take me pretty much to the edge along here. Yeah, there's a little bit of cleanup up the top end, but otherwise I think we're pretty much to the edge. So what we're going to do now is head up to the end of the field and get the top headland here plowed. There might be 2 or 3 on here, but yeah, I think it's going to be 3 runs, which will put me back at the other end, but that's okay. So let's back this up, down here, and away we go. And yeah, we'll get this headland done and then head down the side of the field and get the rest of it done. And yeah, we're going to be pretty good. We've not got a huge amount left to do, and we still have fuel in the tank. Actually looks like we have a little bit along the edge here to do as well. So that is great news. We'll end up back down the other side and then be able to do the bit down the edge there. We do have a bit down the edge on this side of the field here, but I'm not too worried about that. We should be able to plant all the way around this field even without ploughing. The difference is, of course, there'll be a slightly lower yield on those parts of the fields that we can't plough at this point. But I'm not too worried about that. That's going to be a minor part right at the edge. We instead should be pretty good at getting the rest of this field all done and dusted. And yeah, I'm actually thinking about putting a little bit of grass in at the top end of this field, as I said before, just to bring things back from the hedge a little bit. At the moment it's really tight up here, and it's not great for us for working. We're now on the far headland and the fuel light is definitely flashing. We are in the danger zone at this point. I think we'll be all right for a little bit longer. It just needs to last until the end of this headland in order for us to be complete. I'm also thinking that the places where I am unable to get my plow around this field is the places that I'm going to put the grass, because at the moment there is just a huge well, there's several areas around here that we just can't get the plow into. And if we're having trouble getting the plow into it, we're going to have trouble getting most other equipment into it as well. We also could really do with a track around this gateway here to allow us past while we've got crop in here. So I think I'm going to look at that as well. All in all, though, this has been pretty successful. We have managed to get all of this field plowed. It has just gone 1 o'clock, so we need to go and get the stone picker, get the big stones picked off here fairly quickly, and then we'll be in a position to actually get some drilling started. And the drilling should go fairly smoothly, I think. So yeah, we'll have a go. We'll see if we can get this finished off and done and dusted today, and then that just leaves us the carrots to get planted as we go into the rest of the year. Field all done. Let's fold it up. So turn the plow. We'll give this tractor a desperately needed drink. So fold the plow up so we can actually get it out of the gateway. Get out of the gateway, and then we'll go and drop the plow off in our new yard and go and buy some DEF and get a stone picker. Tractor filled up, and while I'm here, I am just quickly going to see if we can buy some more fuel. Let's put in 5,000 litres. It's a 10,000 litre tank, but 5,000 litres should do us, and while we got the money, that makes sense. Because otherwise we're going to find ourselves running out right when we need it. Back down to the shop and we'll pick up a destoner down here and some DEF. Actually thinking that I might go with a different destoner to the one I originally planned. So originally I thought I was going to go with the ELHO, but to be perfectly honest, we have so few stones. I think we could get away with this one, the 25,000 signature 7200. We will lease this. It will only cost us 1,275 to lease that. And then we also want 25 liters of DEF to refill the tractor. And now we can head out and get that refueled. Let's turn that off. Go grab the DEF. And, oh, yeah, 25 liters. This is going to take a little while to refuel. But not much I can do about that. All done. Then let's get this stone picker picked up and hooked up. We do have some rain on the way now, I've noticed. It is going to be about 6 o'clock, checking the weather forecast. And so we've got about 4 hours before things become a little bit difficult for us. Thankfully, I don't think it should take us too long, even with this fairly small stone picker, to get these stones collected up and out the way. And I'm not even too worried about trying to sell these stones either. So it's all this end of the field. I don't think, yeah, we've just got no big stones in the rest of the field. It's all just red here where we were plowing when it was really cold and just, yeah, a completely different setup on the field. So we are going to try and get all of these big stones up, clear this end of the field of these, and then we will be able to do this field without doing any damage to our equipment. There are a crazy amount of large stones in just this small section of field. Yeah, I cannot believe that these stones were all just this section of the field. It's really odd that we've got such a large collection of stones here that are big stones, and then the rest of the field, including the headlands around this area of the field, are just small ones. That is a little bit crazy. So yeah, I think there's an environmental aspect to the stones and the size of stone that gets pulled up out of the ground. So I don't know if anybody else has come across that. If you have come across something like that before in Farm Sim, let me know. Because this is the first time I've seen any kind of correlation between those two things, and suggests that there is a depth to the game a little bit beyond even some of the stuff that I realized there was. I think we're almost there. I'm just seeing sort of patches of small stones along this edge now. There's a few big stones, maybe a couple of passes here to get all of these, because this is quite a concentration on this part of the field. But this has done great. We are only 65% full with it. And yeah, there's a couple of patches there. We've got a little bit patch up there. We've got a few just sort of dotted about, which we might go and clean up. So I think I'll turn around. We'll clean up these. We'll clean up that. And then we'll clean up the top there. And then we'll try and get these sort of orange ones that are dotted about at that side of the field. And that will then clear away all of the stones off here that are going to cause us problems. Just going down the side here, I think this should get the last of them. I'm not sure that there are actually any more medium or large stones left on this field. How much is that? 70% full on this trailer. So that's really good news. Let's just have a look at field 5. And field 5 is fine. It's got a few bits around, but we should be all right with that. So let's turn this off, hold this up, and we'll go put this in the other yard and hook up our seeder, because we do still have about an hour and a half where we can do some seeding on this field. I had prepared to do the other field and get the cultivating going ready for the carrots, but we're going to want to be having this whole thing connected up, I think. And there and there. That's all connected up. Let's give it a try. We only have 30% left. I don't think we're going to have a huge amount ready, or going to be able to do that well with this today. So we'll lift this up. I'm going to check everything's working. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And it's 5:15, so we can get started seeding today. But I think we're probably going to be continuing this for a second day next time. It's a little bit annoying that we've not got as far as I would like to have done today, but we have at least solved most of our issues. So yeah, I think this is probably a good place to end it. I'll start working on this seeding, and next time what we'll do is we will get ourselves set up and get going with the seeds and everything on here. We want the barley in. We want to get aligned on this right hand side, and we are gonna get this field seeded. And yeah, and here comes the rain. This is not gonna be a job we can do today. Nope. I am not going to get stuck in the rain and in the mud and have a worse time of it. In order to get everything done today, then we're going to have to start off down at the shop. We need seeds, and I think we might even need a little bit of hay to feed the sheep and the cows. So we're going to need a new trailer, I think, in order to facilitate all of that as well. Let's get our forks down and pop into the shop then. And we're going to need a pallet of seed. And based on last year, a single pallet of seed should do us. So let's grab one of these. Yes. Okay. And I think while I'm down here, what we'll do is we'll probably grab a couple of pallets of solid fertilizer as well, because we're going to need those for later. And looking at what we have in storage, we do actually still have 13,500 litres of hay. So I'm not going to buy any of those. Finally, we need something to transport it all back on. And we're actually going to use this, an old favourite of mine from when we were on Attingham Park. This is the agricultural trailer. This will work absolutely brilliantly for us. We'll take the bale trailer setup. We'll go with standard wheels, main color, everything is good. And as per the new patron setup and channel member setup, we need to choose somebody to go onto this number plate. And congratulations to FarmCatGR. I've gone with FM01CAT for you. So congratulations to you. Picked at random from the producer level patrons and channel members. And there we go. So let's buy this because we can. It's only 5,200. And then we can transport stuff back. So it looks like out here, yeah, we've got 2 pallets of fertilizer, 1 pallet of seeds. And can I squeeze through there? I might be able to. Let's just bring this round. Yeah, we can squeeze in there. So this trailer should keep fairly level, thankfully, while we're loading it up with stuff. And that will be quite useful. So there we go. Extend that out and up. And then this will, actually we'll put this on sideways because we're going to probably want to unload this in a way that makes it easy to get at from the side. So we'll do it from the side here, and that will work out much better for us. This trailer should be much more useful to us as well when we're selling things like the eggs. It will give us the ability to get them on here and get them into these smaller areas, and we should never have enough to fill up our big bale trailer. So I think this will work out fairly well for us. Let's just push these on here like this, and then we can get everything strapped down once we've dropped those off. So strap. That's interesting. We can strap the seeds down without issue, but the actual fertilizer, that ends up being strapped down through the pallets rather than over the top of them. Either way, that should be all fairly secure on there. We can hook this up and head back to the farm. And yeah, I think this trailer is going to be a really useful little trailer to have with our telehandler here. I am wondering if we have enough money right now to stretch and buy fields 3 and 4, or even any other fields that are around our farm. It would be a very interesting setup, I think, to be able to go and do that. Let's just back this up here so we have easy access to the seeds. Start this tractor up and refill it. Yeah, so that's close enough. And then we will lift this up, cover it up as well. So yeah, do that. Or do I even have that mod on here? I don't. So we'll cover it up from in the cab, and then I want to try and get this set up so that we can set it going with with course play. So let's give that a try and see if we can do it in such a way that the field won't give us a massive problem. So I think to do that, we're gonna need to get maybe 3 headlands on it. We will start with the center. The headland corners I'm going to go round, and then we can clean those up later. Hopefully it will keep it away from getting stuck. We will go clockwise first, and that should do it. Now the direction, hopefully automatic should do it. So let's generate it. And it's gone fairly easily, and it looks like we've got a fairly good setup here. In fact, I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go get the tractor started. And our start point for this is this top corner here. So we can back this up, get this started. And 3, I really hope that 3 is enough. First waypoint. And we've got barley selected. Let's get it going. And hopefully that will be good enough to get this field done. We are going to have to roller this later, of course, because although we've cleared the big stones off this side, we've got lots of small stones over the other side. And with the feeder going, that now frees us up to empty off this trailer, put some of this into storage, and get cracking on sorting our animals out. Now, I believe our cows need feed, so we'll have to get the Vultra over here on our feeding trailer. Our sheep need water, so that's something we can fix fairly quickly. And our chickens, I think, also need feed. So that, again, is something we can fix fairly easily with the bucket and this. So that's probably the last thing we'll do, because we'll need to switch our implements on the front of this. And the easiest one for us to do is to get the water trailer and get the sheep with some extra water to keep them going. So with all of our pallets away, I've hooked up the water trailer to this, and we should be a little bit more maneuverable in the telehandler, in the Merlot. So I think we can get around here a bit easier. I'm not 100% sure where my pallet spawn for the wool for the sheep. I've not had any indication that they've failed to spawn. Ah, there they are. Now, we've not got a lot of wool so far. We're up to 572 kilograms, so just over a half a pallet. And we'll fill this up. And already I'm seeing my tractor getting blocked. Yep, it's up this top end here. It's really not a huge fan of this. So we'll stop this here. Don't know why that's getting blocked on that, because it should recognize that as a wall that it can't get past. I don't know if 4 headlands, though, might be more appropriate for this field. If it is, if it gets stuck down here again, I think I might rework everything and see if we can get it done with 4. Or, as I said before, I think we would actually benefit from having a grass area just at the top of this field. Trailer full of water. Let's get this then into the water trough. And yeah, plenty of food it looks like for the sheep. We just need to sort the water situation. So unload this into there. 2,000 litres of water should keep them going for a little while. And in fact, yeah, just not very long and not a huge amount of food. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. Right, next to the cows, who are completely out of mixed ration. So we're going to switch over the implement we have on the front. Get rid of the pallet fork. Connect up the bale spike. And then before I go and pick up the tractor and pull out our mixing wagon, what I need to do is actually go and grab some of a couple of the silage bales, I think. First, though, my tractor is blocked again, and yeah, this is not going to be an effective way to do this. I think we need a 4th headland mixed in here. So let's turn this around to take it back to the entrance of the field, and we'll redefine this play course and see if we can't get a 4th headland in. But it's not recognizing those fences as something it should be avoiding. It's just getting stuck on them all the time. So we'll up it to 4 headlands, generate that course. And again, we're starting up at the top corner there, but we'll see where it overlaps where we've already gone. So to do that, I'm going to turn on the full course setup. We can see that it's going to be the top end of the field, I think. And yeah, there should be plenty of space for that to turn around there. So I'll go line that up and set it off. Being a little bit more realistic about this, I need to unwrap these 2 bales before we pick them up. Grab them and lift. Right. So 2 of these, 2 hay bales, 1 straw, and that should give us a trailer full of feed for the cows. This is where having 2 tractors on the farm starts to come in handy. Having 1 working the field and 1 doing the other work. And that seems to have turned around at this end of the field fine. So 4 headlands seems to be a good setup for that. Let's back this into here, hook it up. And then I just want to pull this far enough out that we can load it up. I think the trouble's going to be that we need to pull it at this sort of angle. Well, let's start up the mixer as well. There we go. And then 2 of these into here to start us off. And down. And then we just back off and hopefully they'll go through. Nope, they just loaded in. Perfect. So now we need to move this trailer out the way, which will fit actually quite nicely in part of here. And this is really the part of the yard where this trailer should be. It's going to deal more with the animals than the other bits. So we can move this just out the way over here. Park it down the side. And then that gives us really good access to our bales. And this is very much our bale shed now. We've got the spreader in here still, but we know we're going to be taking that out shortly. Now I need 2 bales. And we've got 3 in the shed. So let's pull all 3 out. And then I should be able to, if I get this right, pick this up, extend the arm out, put it down, and then drop that at the back there like so. Perfect. And then we're able to just pick these 2 up and put them into the feed. Up they go and in. And yeah, the side of this doesn't seem to catch the bales. Oh, it does at a certain height. So yeah, the extension on the top of it actually doesn't seem to have a collision. And then one last bale. Just push it on there with the wall a little bit and we'll get this loaded in as well. And I think this should top the whole thing off. And in fact, just a single bale, I think will give us a full setup here. Let's have a look. Yeah, we're heading that way, so we can reverse this in and get the cows fed and make them happy and get them producing milk again, which is very much what we need with 8,000 litres available for us to send every so often. However, our seeder is blocked once again. Course play, not playing ball today. And it is, I think, the top end of this field. It's just so close to that fence. And we've got the same problem, actually, at the bottom end of the field. We need to get it so that this field has a good amount of barriers at both ends, because it's causing us a problem with both our crops at the moment. So how are our cows looking? 21,000 litres. They use 42,000 a year. We don't have the hay. So what we'll have to do is we will have to get some more hay and then feed them another trailer full to keep them going for the rest of the year. For now, I'm just going to park my mixing wagon back up at the far end of the shed. And we'll go and sort the chickens out. Now that they are, now that we've got both the sheep and the cows done. And that means that first we need to, again, switch our bit of a kit. We need to go and grab the bucket and put that onto the front. This, of course, being an overloading bucket, we need to put the hydraulics on and then round to the other end, and that seems to be turning around all right at the moment. We might be okay with that tractor, at least I'm hoping so, because what I'd really like to do is get rolling those seeds in. I should be able to put this under here and refill, and we've got plenty of barley in here. Only 55% of this, but it should be enough to feed the chickens, I think, and keep them going. Now, getting at the chickens is going to be the fun bit. We do have a pallet of eggs in the way at the moment, but I think we might be able to get at them from this angle here. So bring that there, extend this over. Yeah, like so. Bit of a reach, but that seems to be going into their feed trough. Yes. Yeah, that is going into their feed trough. Perfect. Right, let's see what that's done for our chickens. That has given them 2,243. However, they take 6,000 now because our chickens are all, well, we've got a lot of chickens. We keep getting more and more. They keep reproducing at quite a good rate. 12 months old, 25 months old, 16 months old, and 14 months old. So are we full in our chicken pen then? Quite possibly based on the fact that we haven't had any chickens born for a while. Maybe we can make a little bit of money by selling 30 of these off. Let's sell off the 25-month-old chickens, which aren't reproducing, and see if we can make a little bit of cash from them today. Just park this here. And, yeah, our pasture is full. So we want to sell off the oldest chickens. Sell off all of them, all 30. And that is going to make us a grand total of £600. But still, that's £600 we wouldn't have had otherwise. And make space for more chickens to be born into our pen. So with all that done, we can turn our attention to our tractor, which seems to have got itself stuck by the looks of things in the hedgerow. I think the only thing we can say and do then as a result is just line things up. We'll get this going. We will then set up a GPS course and get the rest of this field done ourselves. So nearest waypoint, no. Nearest waypoint, and get it going. Once we've gone a little bit and it has set itself up, yeah, we will stop it there. We will then set ourselves a new GPS course. And the way I'm going to do this is actually to do... We don't want it to be on the terrain angle, so we'll turn snap terrain angle off. And we'll do A plus heading and 178 and set cardinal. Perfect. We'll then auto width and set, start it up, drop it down, and we should be able to finish this field now. Where are you going? Yeah, our lines seem to be a little bit off the track, so we'll move that across. So there, that should have a good overlap. We'll take it off the course, back it up, back on the course, and away we go. And then we can clear this course play off because that's mucking up. And with us at the helm, we should be able to clear this off fairly quickly now. While working my way across this field, I've been thinking more about the chickens and how would be a good way to make money from chickens, because as we've seen, the eggs don't produce that quickly, but the number of chicks do. And I think that probably the best way to do it is every time you end up with some chicks born, sell the oldest chickens and keep going. And if you can get it at a rate where you're turning over, or a number that you're turning over on a regular basis, I think you'd actually make a fair amount of money from the chickens. So I think that's something definitely to experiment with, see if I can work out how often chicks are born, and as part of that, we'd then be in a place where we can make money from chickens, which is something I've never been able to do with Farm Sim before. Just gone 5 o'clock and we are most of the way through this field. I think we're going to have to get a pretty big roller and go and roll around the edge, or roll around the whole field, make sure that we can get the whole thing done. It's not a huge thing and it's not going to give us a massive boost, and I'm umming and erring about whether to actually do it, to be honest. The small stones aren't going to cause a lot of issues with our equipment. Then they're not going to damage it very much. And I'm not sure the boost from rolling this is that big. So maybe it's not something that we need to do. But we do need to get the rest of this in today, and I probably want to start concentrating on the carrots for next time. And yeah, it's going to be carrot planting, but first we need to mulch and cultivate field 5. So there's a lot to do next time anyway. We're going to have to see exactly where we are at what time on here, because at the moment I'm not so sure I'm going to roll this. Main body of the field is pretty much done. We're just running along this headland here to cover this. It's gonna be gone 6 o'clock by the time we finish this field, so thankfully we are going to get all of this seeded. I think it's only like a 2.5% boost to actually get this field fully seeded, or fully rolled. So I'm very much at the moment looking at this and going, yeah, we don't really need to do that. I could get a big roller out on here, but with the end of the day now having hit us, I'm not really sure that we need to do it. It's also going to cost us a whack of money in order to get this done in a time that makes sense. We would have to go and get a pretty big roller, and as a result, that is not going to work out very well for us. Just looking at this at the moment, and I think I'm missing a bit of the headland. I might have to go back and resort that. It's getting pretty late in the day, and the sun is setting. And I don't think it's particularly realistic, to be honest, to be going down to the shop at 20 to 7 in the evening, grabbing a roller and rolling this field. So we are going to leave this field unrolled this year, and it's only about a 2.5% bonus to the yield, I think. So it's not a massive amount. We should still do pretty well off here, even without having everything fully done. We've got 2 rows to do still at this edge, so that should take us up to the top end of the field and back, and then we will just finish off the headland, and I think it'll be gone 7 o'clock by that point easily, and as a result we're gonna be wanting to finish off because it'll be pretty dark by then. It's 7:30, no, it's 20 to 8 in the evening, and we've run out of seed, rather annoyingly. So I'm going to have to go into the yard, back up to the shed, and refill quickly. We have the tiniest bit left to go. So it's actually quite annoying that we've got to take this time out and do this. Thankfully, it's fairly easy for us to access it. We'll refill it. We don't need a huge amount. So let's lift that back up. And away we go again, just to do the smallest bit left at the edge of this field. And there we go. That should do it, I think. So I'm gonna get a little bit of a bit there that isn't done and is a little bit bald, but we're gonna have to drive over that bit anyway. I just reverse straight out of the field. I think it will probably leave a small patch. I think there's a patch there that isn't actually seeded. So, yeah, there we go. That is that field done for today. We can't roll it. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, but the barley is in, and tomorrow we can turn our attention to the carrots. How far we get with all of our jobs today really depends on how quickly we're able to do this first field. So I'm very much wanting to get this done as quickly as possible. I'm wondering, no, this is going to be the best angle to do this at. So we want a 180-degree run down here. We're going to run straight down the edge of this field here. So let's set up our A+ heading. We are going to go 0 degrees. Cardinal will work nicely. We want to automatically set the width. Try that. Lower our front down and then forwards. And then I want to turn on the back. And we're going to then try and lower the back as well. So there goes the back down, and away we go on our row, and looking fairly good. I don't quite know why it's at -46, but we are definitely running on the right direction. And this section over here, we'll get this field in fairly quickly. I'm hoping to get this turned around fairly fast because we do have a lot to get done today. Like the other field, like field 8, I feel that we might be a little bit close to the edge in some parts of this field on the headlands. That section up there by the wall, we are right up against the wall. Whereas down the sides here, we're fairly close to some of these trees as well. And I think it might be wise to try and maybe get ourselves away from them a bit, especially as things like that happen, where we either need to cut those branches or we're gonna have to add a little bit of grass around the edge. There we go. We need to mulch all this stuff at the end too. But it does get a little bit fiddly. It makes it a little bit hard for us to use stuff like courseplay on here. And when we're running with a field like this, where we're trying to get everything done as quickly as we can, it can be a little bit annoying to not have that extra space at the end that allows things like courseplay and hired workers to function properly. What I am going to do is just back into here and get this done. We can't really do much more other than maneuver like this, and I think it's be the same if I actually put carrots into this corner. I'm gonna find that I need to actually just come in here, back in, and then back out again, because it's too tight really to do much else. However, we are doing okay as far as getting all of this in here, so I'm happy enough that we're able to maneuver around here. It's just whether we can maneuver around here with a crop that we're trying to harvest as well. It's a pity that we can't actually attach the seeder, the carrot seeder, to the back of this and have this seeding the carrots at the same time as we're doing this. That would cut down the length of time to do this job quite considerably. Unfortunately, the attachments on the back of this very much are for our seeder that we use with the barley, and so as a result, we're not able to do that, and we're restricted by what we have. But there are alternatives with the barley as well for stuff we could do there. So a possible update to all of this would be to do that and switch things around a bit so that we can do things all at once. So maybe some sort of front cultivator on this or with our seeder, or possibly some sort of other setup, because unfortunately we can't put this mulcher on front of our seeder either. So I think there's possibly a better way all of this could be done, and it might be something to look at going forwards. This is where stuff starts to get a little bit fiddly. Coming up to the tree here, we want to sort of get everything nicely done around here, but yeah, you can see here that we had to come around and avoid it as we came up. So we'll just do a little bit of work around this, and that way when we come back up and start doing the next bit, we'll be fine. Lift that there. And it looks like this is almost a perfect width's worth of stuff here. But the best thing for me to do right now is to come here, back this up, do this bit from this angle. We'll switch over to the rear implement, drop it down. And then we're able to get things positioned where we want them. Down with that again. Go down with the front two. And then back onto our play course. Hopefully that should just swing out. And yeah, it looks like it's going to leave a little bit of a gap when we come back on the next row. So we'll have to fix that up too. But we can do that as part of doing the other side of the tree. See, now what we'll do is we'll just back up a little bit and then get the extra stuff on this side here. And that then allows us to clean everything up. And then when we get out here, we'll go back to our course. And that should have everything sorted. Leaving this tree in here really has made things fiddly for me. But I like to have a little bit of character to my fields. And this just does a great job of doing that. It is just that we have to work around it and try and make sure that we can actually get everything that we want out of this field with working around it. So yeah, I mean, it's not too bad, but at the same time, we could have made things a little bit easier on ourselves. Down here. And then away we go again. And hopefully that sorts out everything. And we've just got the rest of the field to do. It is 12:30 already. I am worried about getting the rest of our jobs done today. This could end up being one of those jobs that goes into a couple of days again in order to get it all planted. Doing this all at once really would speed things up. We are 1:15 and we've got the wider part of the field done. As a result, we are heading into this bit that's a little bit more fiddly. The unfortunate thing about that is because it's a bit more fiddly, it is going to take a little bit more time to do. I would very much like to have this field planted today. But I'm not sure that that is going to be possible. It's going to easily be easily be 2:30, I think, before this is done. And that does not give us a lot of time left to get the carrots in here. Although I'm very much thinking what we could do is see if we can get this working with a hired worker on here and go and do the nitrogen spreading with the Vulture instead. I'm just looking at field 3, which I was considering buying, and it looks like this year has had cotton planted into it. That is a big problem if we want to buy that field. I think that basically puts the field out of reach because there's no way we can actually farm cotton on here. It's just not a viable crop. We're into the really fiddly bit of the field now where everything is just time consuming, lots of turning around, lots of getting ourselves into position for a very short run. But I think in a couple of runs we will be done on this bit of the field. And what we can then do is start to get the headlands done. It has gone 2:30. In fact, it's coming up to 3 o'clock. So the chance of getting the carrots planted today is swiftly running out. In fact, I think we're probably going to have to leave that and do a second day in April to get them in the ground. But that is really the reason why we've gone for the 2-day months this year, so that we do have the time to get all of those jobs done. And once we've got this field weeded in early May, we should be should be able to just go forward to harvest time and get all of this stuff harvested. But at the moment, we've still got a way to go before that happens. Finishing up on the headland down this end here, and wow, it's 3:30 already. So I am very much thinking that we'll get this planted with the carrots next time, and this time we can go and concentrate on getting that level of nitrogen sorted over on field 8. Make sure that the barley is as good as it's going to get, because of course we weren't able to roll it last time. The last little bit of this field, and we should be able to get the headland done. It is 3:45 in the afternoon though, and as a result we are a little bit pushed for getting the rest of this done. We are definitely going to go and get the fertilizing done, and I think I might see if we can get course play to get started on this field. It would be really useful to get that going. So down with that last little bit, and then we'll go and hook up the seeder to this, get this started, and see if we can go and get the carrots started on this field. Something I am going to have to do in the near future is just run down to the shop and grab a load of the DEF. We're a little bit shy on the amount that we've got in this tractor. Let's set up a course play course though here. Number of headlands, I think we only need 3 with the width of this. We want to do center, we want to do clockwise, we want to do a manual direction, and we're going to do 0 degrees. We are going to circle round the islands, and that hopefully should do it. So generate me a fieldwork course. Oh, wow, that is messy to say the least. So I want actually to limit this to 2 headlands, and we're going to try smooth in the headland corners. That is much better. I'm much happier with that. That will start at the bottom end and should work fairly well for us. So we'll unfold this, and hopefully with the hedges on this field, rather than the bits that are fences and things and going up and down, we should be okay. Let's I just want to pop into the settings, and yeah, only turning on field is what we want, so that should work. One thing I am going to turn on is this. Allow using pathfinding in turns so that it doesn't hit any obstacles with any luck. And first waypoint, and away we go. The width on this should get the job done quicker. Took me a moment to work out why this wasn't working. I hadn't connected up the PTO, and away we go. There we are. With any luck, this will get the job done now. In the meantime, we want to grab the Voltra, go and hook this up to the fertilizer spreader, and just have a quick run around field 8. And this is why we bought all these bags of fertilizer. Load them up. I think all of this actually will probably fit into this spreader. There's quite a sizable amount. Wow, 2,000 liters. I don't know how far this is going to go. We really want to start spreading some slurry from our cows. because that could be a really, really expensive start to this. We'll get this on here though, and that will work out fairly well for us. We are burning through this fertilizer. Wow, 120 kilograms per hectare at this end, 180 at the other end where we have a good loamy land. That is incredible levels. Also, I'm now noticing a couple of patches we missed on this field, so that's not great. Looks like this fertilizer might be enough to do the barley on here, but I think we're gonna probably have to buy a little bit more in order to get the carrots fertilized. But yeah, that is quite a large amount of fertilizer we're using on here. But with a nice big spread on this, it'll be done in no time. And it looks like we got just the right amount of fertilizer for this field. Wow, that is close down to the last 10%. And yeah, 630 liters. That is quite a bit that we've used on here. But that is this field done, and before 6 o'clock has rolled around too. So we'll cover up the trailer because we don't want any water getting there and damaging the fertilizer. We will leave that here, and we will put away this tractor in the shed, and then we'll go and see how well the carrots are getting planted. And this is impressive. Our carrot planter is going really well. We actually have a tractor using courseplay that's behaving itself. I think this job might actually get done today. I'm actually really impressed with how well this tractor is turning around in the headlands. It's being really efficient, really exact, and just all around some of the best way that I've seen courseplay work, which is incredible. I think it must be that Pathfinder setting. Now, it'll be really interesting to see what it does in that corner by the wall, and so we'll see how it finishes up. But I think very much we can get these carrots planted today. It's only gone 7 o'clock, and there's not much left to go of this field. I'm quite impressed with the job that Coursplay's done. It's got all the way around the field to this point here before it's run into a problem. And the problem it's run into here is actually a problem that I probably need to fix and get sorted myself. There's a tree branch that hangs right into the middle of the field here, and as a result just causes so much issue when we're trying to work things. All in all though, it's done really well going around this field. We've got a couple of patches in a couple of the corners that it's missed. In fact, I want to see how well it does this corner up here. Nearest waypoint, please. Start it up, and away we go again. Because I want to see if it manages to make it around the corner here with this brick wall without too much hustle. But this is the thing. We have managed to get our carrots planted. We are looking at being in a very good place going into the rest of this. This is what I thought. Having to take control of this at the end of the field simply because this bit here is way too close. So can we get around this corner? Yeah, I think we can. And then I'm going to reverse it up and get this planted here. But it's yeah, it's very tight around this corner, and that just makes things so much harder. And even there we've missed a bit when we were doing the original mulching and cultivating. All in all, though, this has been a successful day, and we're back on track. So next time we will be moving on to May. We have a whole load of hay to make. We've got this field is going to need some weeding and some fertilizing. I'm hoping today is going to be quite a smooth day on the farm. The two jobs that we have to do are not that complicated. Getting the weeds out of the way first should be fairly easy. The carrots are growing nicely on here, but the weeds are, as always, growing along with them. We have quite a wide weeder here too, so we're going to run this down the rows and get them cleared out. Should make for a fairly quick job as a result, and we should be able to very nicely clear these out. Yeah, nice small weeds. We're not direct seeding into here because we're direct seeding into the field that we plow every year, and as a result that means that we don't get any weeds in our barley, but we do get it in the carrots like this. So these need clearing out. It's a fairly simple job to do, and this weeder actually is a really nice weeder. We got this last year and it seems to be doing the job very well. I'm looking at the crops that we have in field 3 and 4, and neither of them, I'm not sure what the far ones are. I think those might be carrots or parsnips or something like that. So that would actually end up being a very profitable field if I was to go and try and borrow the money to get those two fields purchased. We would have a bit of a problem with the cotton, though. Cotton is not really a crop that we can do on here very easily, so we wouldn't really have any want to do that on here, and we're a bit late in the year now to actually get anything new planted, so that field would be a bit of a bust this year for us. Let's just clear up the remaining weeds down this corner here. And yeah, this field is a little bit of a an interesting mix of directions, but it works fairly well for us in general. This is going to be an interesting one to harvest this year. I wonder if it will hold up anywhere near the amount that we got off of field 8 last year, which of course itself is our biggest field on the farm, and as a result ends up producing the most of whichever crop we plant in it each year. The big difference, of course, is that this field here actually has, I think, a fair bit of loam in it, so ends up being quite a good yield from that side. Might end up still producing a decent amount of crop off here, and I'm running across the rows at the moment because, well, we've not really got a headland along here because of the way these get planted, so we have to go across the roads at least partly on this field when doing a headland bit. The other job we might do today, if we get time, is to get some fertilizer on here. This field does need a run of fertilizer over it. The nitrogen level is pretty low right now, and we do have the fertilizer to do it. If we can get that done as well, we can pretty much head straight to the harvest after that. We won't really get another cut of grass between now and the harvest, I don't think. Our barley should come up around July this year, so as a result we'll end up just jumping forward maybe a month or so, and that would be really useful for us. We'd be able to move things along and get towards the end of the year for selling stuff off. And this might be our last harvest on here. We're now beyond 25 episodes. This is episode 26. And so I'm beginning to look at ways to wrap up this series a little bit. And getting another harvest off here is certainly what I'm looking to do. And yeah, it's getting to that point where we're looking at what that means as far as the rest of this farm goes. As usual, having a little bit fun navigating around the tree. Not gone too bad. We got most of it on the last row, and so it's seeming to have gone, yeah, fairly easily. Oh, this is looking to be a nice clean field. We've got some small stones. We of course didn't roll this field in the same way as we didn't roll the barley. This field though didn't actually need rolling beyond getting rid of the small stones, and I'm just wondering if running the de-stoner off these to get rid of the small stones would be a better way to go, especially on this kind of field. The barley we do kind of need to roll, and I need to get on top of that. Well, if we go into another year's worth of planting, I really need to get on top of that. So we'll see how that goes. At the moment, though, yeah, the small stones are not causing us a lot of problems at all. Last little corner to clean up, and then that's this job done. And by, well, before 10 a.m., that is really good. That gives us plenty of time to get on to the hay today and get that all done. I'm actually going to head back up the middle of this field because I can see a couple of patches I've missed over here. So we can get those cleared up as well. And yeah, that's a really, really good job that we've got on here. These are all cleared, all the weeds gone from the carrots, and that is only going to increase our yield on here really nicely, in fact, I think. Notably, I think this is the last piece of equipment we need to move from the old yard into our newly created yard here. So that will sit in here quite nicely somewhere. Where can we put that? I think this actually might go beside the spreader over here. Yeah. Our bit of kit there, our plow won't be in the way. And we need to lower that down. Some tools you need to lower, some you don't. And it's a bit of a toss-up between the two as to which one. And yeah, I think we'll switch tractors for the rest of today and get cracking on the mowing with the Vulture, because we don't need GPS and it would be good to spread the load. Also, the Massey was getting a little bit low on AdBlue on the DEF. So, ooh, which is our best way into this? No, we need to go into the sheep field area to get this. So back this out of here and take this round. And yeah, so we're going to cut and dry this in one go with the setup we've got here. And then we'll bail it up after that. The awkwardness of hitching stuff up in here continues. We have to drive into the sheep field and then get the piece of equipment, oh, the mower in this case, and hopefully manage to get it out of here, because that is tight. Yeah, there we are. Lots of maneuvering about. And then we're going to have to turn around and grab the actual piece of kit that both Rose and Ted's are grass. It's so fiddly. This is why we have a new yard. And I think we're probably going to end up storing this equipment somewhere else as well. Although maybe not in the new yard, because this is really stuff that's used with the animals, but certainly not where we're storing it now. This is way too fiddly a way of doing this. I'd much rather have this as a nice quick hookup. Considering that's the water for the sheep there, I think we could possibly get away with putting the water trailer in there, pulling that forward and then out. But the tightness of getting all this here, and in fact, even that, I'm gonna have to reverse up and reposition myself a bit. Yeah, I think putting those there is not a great place. It was good while we lacked the yard space, but I think putting this water trailer down here now is probably going to be a better use of that space, especially as we'll be able to maneuver better with the telehandler to get it in there. But yeah, getting this out of here, not the easiest job. I bring this over to the far side of the yard. This is hopefully going to be the last time we have to come over here for this, because I want to put the new shed in. So turn on the front. I know that turns on the back. We want to turn on the front. Need to unfold it first. Don't think we're all hooked up. Yeah, PTO needs hooking up. Oh, hang on. We might have to use the Massey on this. I don't think our Vultra has a front PTO. This S8 really is my workhorse on this farm. It does pretty much everything beyond carting, which is very interesting a setup. Maybe we can get the baler on the Vultra and spread the load a little bit that way. But yeah, lack of a front PTO on that Vultra just limits us into what we can do with it. So we need to unfold the mower. Let's get that unfolding. There we are. And then start that up. Nope. Ah, why isn't that connected up on the front PTO? There we go. Right, try that again. And start it up. Yep. Make sure everything is lifted. Drive forward, and we'll start at this corner here. Go down with the front, in, and then behind us, it should be creating, yeah, a nice row of hay for us to bale up. Absolutely perfect. And oh, it's taken us an hour and a half to get started. This tedder works pretty well as long as you're not turning really sharp corners. It will get most of what you cut at the front. It follows round in such a way that it picks the vast majority of that up. You can see there's a little bit that it's missed there. But in general, it's really good at picking everything up. And if you lift your mower and you come in along the same row, it will actually pick up everything in the width of the tractor as well. So that just works very, very well. So if we lift here going into the corner and we don't manage to pick everything up, it will manage to still do that. And then down and forwards. And yeah, this is a really good setup for us. I'm gonna do probably 3 or 4 headlands here, just to give us enough space to turn around in those sharper areas. But as we're going around this, this is definitely getting easier to do with each round. The yield on here is pretty bad, to be honest. We are getting probably somewhere in the region of 50 to 60% yield. I think we need to look after our grassland a little bit better. This will probably give us a few bales off here. It still seems to be decent enough, but it's quite possible that we might need to get the sheep field cut as well. If we can get 5 or 6 bales off here, I think I'll be happy. It's not a massive grass field, but it is does seem to be producing a decent amount of hay off it. So yeah, 5 or 6 bales off here and I'll be happy. And now we've got 4 headlands off here. I want to start getting Well, start doing it without the headland bits. I think we'll go for longest edge, which is this diagonal corner over here. We'll line this up. And before we go and do that, let's just switch to our rear and just get this tethered up. So down with that and forwards, and just clean up the stuff we got around the back of the barn here. That way we will get all the hay that we can off this field and end up with a well, with even more bales, which is what we're aiming for at the moment. So back that up and back into the field, and then we should get some nice long rows to get our baler into. What I'm really looking for from this field is enough hay and enough silage every year to keep our sheep and our cows fed. If we can manage that, that is gonna give us a really good setup. I'm not looking to sell huge amounts of silage or huge amounts of hay. There's not really a lot of it in or a lot in this farm for us from that point of view, especially with how well the carrots are doing. I would just really like to keep an income from the milk and from the wool and from the eggs. So there is that. Speaking of which, normally at this time of year the wool price peaks. So we might have to look at exactly how much wool we have and maybe go and sell some. Whatever happens at the end of today, I think we're going to be in a pretty good position to maybe get 1 or 2 more jobs done, which would help us along very nicely. Going up to 20 to 2, and we've got the last little bit here to fix and done. There we go. Right, turn it all off, and we'll go and put these away. This is my trouble, is that we could store these here. I just don't know where. In fact, can we fit? I think the mower we can probably fit down the side there. Whether we can get the tether here as well, we got to watch it because we've only got a certain amount of space for that trailer to get that that flatbed out. I don't think we can put this here. We are going to build some more barns and space and things later. Ooh, is there just enough space by this telegraph pole here to get this in? I think there might be. Fantastic. So let's get that lowered down as well. Select that and drop it. Yeah. Just enough space. PTO detached and dropped. And there we go. Right, now that we have something that's only going on the back of the tractor, let's switch over and bale with the Voltra. There we go. That's much better. Down with the baler and away with the bales. I did download the partial bale unloading script. I don't know if I've applied it to here. We'll see, because I really want to get to the end of here and unload whatever's in the baler and go from there. For now, we don't need to worry about that too much because we're going to see how many bales we get off here. As I said, if we can get 5 or 6, I think we'll be doing well. I think this tractor and this baler are actually a really smart looking combination. They go very well together. We are on our second bale as well. This is our second headland and our second bale. Yeah, if this keeps up, we're going to get 4 bales just off the headlands. That would be a really good start. I've just dropped my 4th bale off, and we are on the last headland. We are on the 4th headland. I don't think we're going to get another bale off this headland, but what we are going to do is get a 5th bale fairly quickly after that. As a result, that's already hitting my target for this, which is great. I think both my sheep and my cows are in need of some feed. So that's going to work fairly well. And it's only 10 past 3, which is even better. We might actually end up with some time to pick another job today and get that done. There's several that need doing. It looks like my estimate of 6 bales is pretty much spot on. We are coming up to our 6th bale right now. Unload that. We've got through most of the fields though in order to get to that 6th bale. While it's going to be a fairly full bale, our last one on here, it is not going to be a complete one. So yeah, 6 bales. That's a good number. Whether it's enough, well, no, it's enough to keep our cows and sheep going for a third of the year, I think. So as long as we get 2 more cuts off this, we'll be good. And if not, we can always go and cut the sheep field. Although with the sheep in it, I'm loath to go and do that. Just this little bit left. Yeah, we're going to hit 60% full, but not much higher than that. 62 plus a little bit here in the corner. There we go. 63% in total. So I want to park this back up and we'll leave that. I'm not going to unload a partial bale at the moment because if we're getting 63% off that, in a couple of months we can get another cut off that field and get an extra bale off, combining this bale with the remains that will come off the other one. Back this into here carefully. Like so. There we are. Right. The other job to do today is to try and spread some fertilizer over the carrots. That shouldn't take us too long, and I think we might have a decent amount of fertilizer still left in our trailer. Nope. So I'm going to go and fill this up around the other side because we do have a decent amount of fertilizer in our storage shed. I thought we had a decent amount of fertilizer on our storage shed. We don't. I didn't. Oh, I put it all in here last time. Right, so what we're going to have to do is head down to the shop and get it refilled. So I'll come in here and I'm going to park it up around like so. That should mean that the pallets appear next to this. Take the cover off. And while we're down here, let's just have a look at what's on sale. Oh, wow. That actually would be pretty good if we didn't have one already. Well, we got one leased already. What's the purchase price on that? 44,000. So 22,000 in the shop at the moment for that. That actually, it would save us quite a lot of money in the long run. But we are down here for a couple of pallets of solid fertilizer. Anything we don't use on our current field, we can go and spread on the grass. Oh, look at that. Either side of this. So that'll be fairly easy to refill. First bag, pallet done. Second pallet in as well. Cover it up. And we got 2,130 litres of fertilizer. Considering 2,000 litres was enough to do field 8, this should easily be enough to do field 5. Which way is this going to open? Into the field. Okay, that's fine. So we'll do headland first, and then we will come back and do the main body of the field. This shouldn't take too long because this has quite a decent spread on it. And as a result, we're able to move fairly quickly. It is putting 155 kilograms of nitrogen on. 170 now. Yeah, this field definitely has some good loamy ground on the bottom part of it. Nice quick job this is with this spreader. I really love it. It's absolutely fantastic. Gonna aim for kind of the middle of here, hoping that will cover everything. And yep, really good coverage. So one last row down here, slight adjustment, this last bit, and we're done. Looking really good. I am very happy with that. And look at that, we're done before 5 o'clock as well. So only thing that remains to be seen now is whether we have any wool to sell and whether the wool price is good today, or it might be a case that we end up doing that next time and taking advantage of that into the second half of May before moving on to our harvest. So let's just have a look at the wool price. The wool price is on the way down. It says it peaks in May, but I wonder if it's peaked and is on the way down. Peak is 2000. Yeah, it did. It peaked at the beginning of April, or it peaked in April, and it's on its way down. So we are going to have to take some time to sell that, and I think that's probably going to be something that we do second half of this month. And instead, what I'm going to do now is get the remainder of this fertilizer on the grass field, because look at the state of this grass field. Doesn't need a huge amount of fertilizer, but just enough. And while we've got the bales kicking around in here, we can get this just spread with some of this around the bales. And then what we'll do is we'll get these cleared up, we'll get our animals fed, we'll get the wool sold, and that will make a good load of work for us to do. And in fact, what we can also do is get the harvester ready for harvest as well. See if there's any repairs that need doing to it. And if there are, we can get all of our tractors and everything repaired and set up, knowing that we are going to have a month where we can't do any, or where we have nothing to do. I think that would be a really good time. So yeah, for next time, we're going to do a lot of repairs to our tractors and everything. We're going to get the animals all sorted. We'll sell off the wool. We'll probably sell off some eggs, because it looks like we've got a couple of pallets of eggs ready to go as well. And I should think there'll be some milk to sell too. And then that will put us into a really strong place going into the harvest. And it's actually taken a little bit longer than I expected for the barley to ripen. We've jumped forward from May to August. We've not really had much to do on the farm in those 2-3 months. The hay has all been collected up and put away. We've got a collection of hay bales now in our animal area. It's only 6 hay bales that we've got, so it's not a massive amount, but that should at least keep us going for a little while. I think I should be in a position here to be able to hook this up, so that's not going to be too much of a problem. Have had to destroy some of the barley, unfortunately, to get the header trailer into the field, but it is in there, and we're able to hook everything up. We're going to destroy a little bit more in order to actually get our tractor out. There we are. Connect all that up. Right. I think what we need to do now is just back this off a little bit, and then we can come here and just pull this forwards. Yeah, we're going to lose some down this edge here while we just pull this out the way. And then we're going to have to go and get the trailer in a minute as well. Let's turn this off, in fact. And then we can go this way. So that is going to be our carting tractor this year. It was last year as well, I think. So we're in a position now where we have a good amount of tractors to keep things running. Everything is moving as it should be. We are unfolding at the moment. I thought we had it unfolded then. Yes, our harvester is unfolded. So start it up, drop it down. There we go. And into the field. Should be able to turn fairly sharply here. And away we go. We'll keep the auger in to begin with because we have a few trees around the edge and we don't want to damage it. And then we should be able to get this emptied. And already in that small section there, we are at 8%. And look at that dark green on the map. This is definitely going to be a big harvest off here this year. We are not all the way around the field and we are at 87%. In fact, we're back into the dark green down this end where we've got the loam, and so we're rather quickly running up the whole situation where we're going to need to empty. We're at 95%. So I've stopped there. The idea being that we can cut some space for our tractor to unload. So I'm just going to cut into here and along a bit, going until we're full, which is actually, hey, there we go. Yep. Let's turn off the header as well and get our combine into position. I really am hoping that we have the space here to unload or get out. Oh, that's interesting. The picture at the top left there changed when I put the auger out. I wonder if, I mean, it's not a live picture, obviously, because it's showing emptying. But I wonder if that would be something where you could add cameras in the future. So we need to try and back this out of here now without destroying any extra crop. Should be doable. We've got our way in here, although that is still destroying extra crop. I need to get this, the other side, down by where our eggs are. So we'll see if we can get that way. I don't think it's going to go easily, though. And we are still destroying crop as we do that. I want to get it out of here, actually. If we can maneuver things so this is well out of the way, that would be very useful. At the moment, I'm ending up with it going in places that we really don't want. Can I get that round there? Let's give that a try. Forwards and hopefully out of the gate. Yes! And we'll go park this in the animal area for now. And we'll move it around later. And you can see our 6 hay bales that I moved over there. So those are nicely put away as well. One of the nice things about where this field is and how our yard is we've got this gateway over here. I'm wondering if there's a way to get the header trailer through this gateway here in such a way that we don't destroy as much crop. When I was originally planning today's harvest, I did consider trying to come out through this gate, but you can see that the amount of width of crop that we'd lose is about the same as an entire width on the header, which with what we've got with the double gates down the other end was actually a lot less. It'd be cool actually if the double gates opened further. If they opened all the way around on this field, then we'd have no problem getting stuff in here with a much smaller loss of crop. But it's not really something we can easily do without going and editing stuff in the map itself. There is a way of doing it because we had it on Port Farms, I think it was, there was an adjustment. So yeah, you could do it on here, I think. We just have to see how things go. Unloading in progress. We'll be back moving again in no time. And there's our trailer filled, our combine emptied, and now we can start going again and get the rest of this headland done. We'll do 2 headlands on here, but yeah, the colors are looking good. We're looking like we're getting a really good yield off here, although for some reason it seems to be dropping in this bottom corner. Maybe the soil isn't quite as good down here. We're about halfway around the field again, and we're almost full. So auger out, and we'll come and empty this with the tractor and trailer. And this trailer will take 3 full loads from this combine. So the fact that we are already at 2/3 of the way full of this on this trailer, that's really good. We have previously not had this much off this field, so this is a big improvement in the yield here for the barley. Very, very happy with that. We'll turn the tractor off because that's going to sit here for a bit. But yeah, this is really good. That is an absolutely fantastic amount that we're getting off here. And in fact, I'm going to move forward a little bit so that it is the full 9,000 litres that comes off in this load. Combine is empty, auger in, and away we go again. Let's see how many more loads we can get off this field. That's already 18,000 litres of barley off here. The further we go into this field, the more you can see that big streak of loam that we have through the middle of it. Just this deep dark green where we're hitting 120 to 125% yield on here. The rest of the field we're hitting about 89-90% yield, which is not too bad, because I have a feeling that that is some fairly heavy silty clay that we've got on the rest of the field. So very nice to see that we've got a decent yield across everything, including that area where it's just horrible land that we're working on. And as a result, we are getting a decent amount off here. That single cut there has taken us up to nearly 50%. We are looking at a really strong amount off the rest of here. The one thing I've forgotten is that the trailer does have a weight limit on it, so we won't be able to get another 9,000 litres in the trailer. It will end up being slightly less because the weight limit will prevent us from doing a full trailer. The next lot from the trailer, though, will require us to go and tip. And because we've got that weight limit, I'm actually going to get the combine emptied at 90%. That way we should get a full trailer here and not have to worry too much about things. So empty that out. Is that... oh, that is just in my trailer. That was not quite where I wanted it to be. So let's just back this up a bit. And if we spin around here, yeah, there we go. Get that in the front of the trailer. And our weight limit is going to sit us at about 92%. There we go. So let's go get this tipped. And then I think we've got about 3 rows left on the field to finish things off. And this is where our gateway over here gives us nice quick access into the new farmyard and allows us to tip our grain nice and quickly. We have got the potato shed here, or let's try the carrot shed here, that is a little bit more in our way this year than it was last year. Plus we've got all of our equipment around here, so it's a slightly different setup, but there we go, 25,000 litres into storage. And we're already back to nearly 30% full on the combine by the time we finished the row that we were on. So there might be another entire grain tank on this combine here. It won't be another full trailer, but it certainly looks like we're going to be at about 36,000 litres off here. That is a win. That is absolutely fantastic. Given how efficient our harvest has been today, we might actually have time to get this field baled as well. That would put us absolutely in a much better position than we were last year with all of this. We ended up harvesting stuff a lot later. We ended up sort of scrambling to get everything done. If we can get the bales done off here today and get this field cleared, that allows us to mulch early and get it prepared earlier, and sort of just turn around things quicker, which would be absolutely fantastic for us in getting more done in a shorter amount of time. Would really show that we're ready on here to expand the farm and get more fields for us to harvest and work, and not have a time issue in doing it. It does look like we're gonna get another tank before the end of this row though. We're at 98%. In fact, yeah, that is pretty much there. So we'll get our tractor and trailer under the auger and get this emptied. I'm very impressed with this. There's probably 1,000 litres left in this field, and so that's an extra 10,000 on what we've already tipped, and as a result, yeah, that's going to be 35,000 litres off this field. So we'll finish off the last little bit, and it's not quite 1,000 litres. It's 651 litres. And so that's going to give us 9,562 litres in total off this load. And I think that's going to be just shy of 35,000 litres overall. So with everything tipped, that's 34,594 litres overall. That is not bad at all. The value of that at the end of the year will be 23,583. So yeah, pretty good off there. Nowhere near as much as we make off the carrots, but still a decent amount of money. So we want to switch our trailer over now for our baler, get our combine out of the way, and get that field baled up, because there are still hours in the day, and if we can get 2 jobs done, why not? So come into the field here with our baler, start it up. I don't think I've got something hooked up. Yeah, there we go. Start it up, drop it down, and away we go. We'll have to move the combine again in a minute, but if we get the headland baled up first, that will work nicely. In fact, I've got an immediate bale because we had a load of hay left over. And yeah, so that's a mixed hay and straw bale. I really wish I'd used the unload bale or the incomplete bales mod and got that unloaded first. As I'm going around here baling, I was just wondering if there's actually a contract on field 7, and there is. That would give me a chance to work that field. We've actually got fairly good access to it here. There's a gateway, yeah, at this corner here. It's not an overly wide one, but it is a very accessible one. Wow. Okay, so we could go through here, get the header on the combine here, and this is oats. Yeah, this is oats that are ready to harvest. I think we might see if we can pick up that contract. What's this field here? Oh, this is soybeans. Yeah, these would be really good to pick up. and do. In fact, it would be really good if I could get the money together and buy those 2 fields. I don't think we have the money. No, 291,000. I don't think we can even borrow enough to do that. I'll have to have a look, but yeah, that would be 2 really good fields to get right now. That would help us along a lot. The number of bales on here definitely seems to be matching the high yield we were getting on the field. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bales off the first headland, and yeah, we're getting a similar number off the second. Unfortunately, I forgot to reset the bale counter before I started this job, and so I don't know exactly how we're doing, but in general, it feels like we're doing really well. We are going to have plenty of bales to pick up off here, and in fact, we have so many straw bales in the shed. I think we could just load up the bale trailer and sell all of these and get a nice little bit of extra profit this year from the barley. We've got a few patches around the field where the pickup on our baler hasn't quite been wide enough to get everything picked up. So I don't know if that's going to affect things at the end. We're going to keep an eye out, and if we are only a little bit short of a bale, then we will go and grab all of that. Otherwise, we will probably leave it and get it mulched in. We are at 95, 98, 99. There we go, 100%. And yeah, this and 2 more rows to go, and we'll be done. This has been a very productive day on the farm. I didn't expect to get this field baled along with getting it harvested. But it seems we're going to get both done, and as a result, we're going to be nicely ahead going into September, and our carrot harvest hitting. We're looking pretty good. I think I might pick up that harvesting contract. It's very possible that the carrots aren't going to be ready until October, and if that's the case, we might as well do another harvest and get those oats harvested as well. We have the space to store them, which is good news, and as a result, we can make a fair amount off them. Is that closed? That's closed. Right, we've just got a couple more rows to go. Nearing the end of the final row, and I don't know how much we're going to get off here. Big pile there. We're at 45. This is going to be pretty close to a bale, but it's not quite going to be there. I don't think. Oh no, we are right on the end. Right on the end, we've got a bale out of that. I did not expect that to happen. And that means that we don't have to go running around this field picking up little bits because, quite frankly, there's no point. That is not going to be another entire bale off of here. I am very pleased with that, though. That is a good day's work on the farm. We have managed to harvest and bale up all of our barley. And yeah, now I'm just going to put the baler away because we have no need of it again today. We might try and take on that oak contract, as I said. That would be a really good one. I'm going to see exactly how close my carrots are to being ready to harvest. I think they might be a way off yet. So September is a good chance for us to earn a little bit of extra cash. We can load up all of the bales we've got off the field as well, so we'll get the Roland trailer out and get that going. So my plans have changed a little bit from the previous day. I was originally going to try and take on an oak contract, but a few things have come up. The first one, of course, being that we have grass ready to cut here, and cutting in August means that it should fully regrow by November. and we'll be able to then get another set of bales off it before the end of the year. I think another set of hay bales off it before the end of the year should be great. So we're gonna give that a try. The problem we got at the moment though is this tractor. Currently it requires an inspection. It's got 4 damages, and there's the distinct possibility that it might not make it to the end of the field. So very much hoping right now that we'll be all right. But we'll see whether it works and keeps going. It has cut out on me 3 or 4 times already just getting to the field. So if we nurse it carefully, it might make it to the end of it. And then we can get it over to the shed and get it inspected and start looking at getting it repaired as well, which would be really good. Thankfully, we don't need this tractor to do the carrots. The carrots are actually already ready to be harvested, and I would have started those today if we didn't have this field to get baled up and get some more hay. So we're gonna probably end up using the Vultra for that job. It doesn't require a huge amount of power to run our carrot harvester, so we should be all right. As a result, I honestly don't think we're going to be able to get at a contract for the oats over on the field over there that we were talking about. I think that's field 11. So that's not going to happen, I don't think, this year. The carrots are worth far more than that contract ever can be anyway. So it makes sense for us really to concentrate on what is already on our farm and not worry too much about what's going on in the rest of the area. We really just want to get our own crops up, and then if we have time, we can concentrate on some others. So like with the previous time we cut this field, we are going to do 4 headlands on here. That should be enough to give us enough space to turn around with the baler. Because the Massey is, well, in not great shape, we're going to get the Vultra on the baler as well today. So with any luck, that should all work fine. I'm a little bit worried actually about all of our equipment. I didn't get to do the repair work that I was planning to do over the months we had off. So everything I think is probably in need of an inspection. I think this is probably the most damaged piece of equipment though. We use the Massey a lot, and as a result it tends to get the most wear over the year. The Vultra is used more heavily at this time of year because it's used for carting and things like that. So as a result, I'm not expecting that to have as much damage on it. Similarly with the telehandler doesn't get used that much either. So yeah, this is probably our worst condition piece of kit at the moment, and as a result, I think it's probably going to be out of action for most of, if not all of, the month of September. Once we got this 4th headland done, we will use this angle here, this length here, to do the runs up and down the field. That will work out fairly well for us because they're nice long rows, and means we can bale them up much more easily. So this is our 4th row into here. And I think that the color of the yield on our yield map is a little bit darker. I think we've got a bit of a boost in the actual yield on here, and this is mainly because we went and put a load of the spare fertilizer on here, and as a result we ended up with a slightly boosted yield on it, and that is going to be really cool because we weren't that far off a 7th bale last time. With any luck, we'll beat the best number we had. I think there are a few things we can probably do to boost the yield even further. If we run a weeder over here, we definitely will improve our environmental score. It might not boost the actual yield, but certainly the environmental score should go up. If we do maybe some mulching, if we can clear this field off today as well, we might be able to get it mulched too, and then that will boost things. I'm loath to plow this all up. I know that this field does need plowing, but to be honest, I don't think that makes a big difference to the grass. So yeah, I think our best bet is probably to try and mulch this and see if that works. I'm slightly surprised. My tractor's holding up really well. It's not stalled at all during this job. I was worried it was going to be much worse than it is. There's still time, of course, for it to stall out while we're doing this. But considering how much trouble I had getting it going in the first place today, it could have been so much worse. With 4 damages on here already, I do wonder how much we're going to find once we've got it inspected. But it might not be that bad. We might only uncover a couple. The fact that it's stalling, though, really does suggest to me that it's in a bad shape and is going to be out of action for a while, as I said earlier. So we'll just see how things go. Be careful not to go too fast, otherwise we're going to leave patches like that. It's not so bad so long as we don't start a bale with it, I think. But yeah, this has gone fairly well. This tractor is holding up. We've managed to nurse it through the field. And I would have used the Vulture for this if it had the front PTO, but of course it doesn't. So that's why we've had to use the Massey, even though it's in bad shape. But it'll be all right. I've got a little bit of follow-up to do with a couple of points. I want to get those 2 bits of grass there that haven't been tethered yet done. So we'll get them just tethered quickly when we finish this. At the moment, there's not a huge amount of this left. I think the small triangle, we should be able to just position ourselves and get the whole thing in one go. Yeah, that is going to go completely into my mower. And then lift all this up. And we'll just go and get these bits of grass here. Make sure they get tethered, and this one down here, and then that will be a nicely done field. And yeah, that is definitely a much deeper orange than we had on the field last time. I think we're gonna be good for getting an extra bale or 2 out of this field. So our workshop is over here in the cow yard, in the little shed at the end here. So just stop this here, open up, and then we should be able to get the inspection going. So open that up and we will start inspection. Should be finished at 11:20. So yes, let's get that started. And that tractor is now not usable for an hour. That's okay though, because we have an alternative sitting in the barn just here. Our Vulture Valmet. This is currently also requiring an inspection. So once we start collecting up bales later in the day, I think we want to get this inspected. The fact that it immediately started up, though, suggests to me that it's not too bad. It's only got a single damage that we know of. It's possible that there is 1 or 2 more. So we'll get it inspected and check it out today. That way we can repair it as soon as we're able. Let's reset the bale counter, as we keep forgetting to do this. So bale counter is reset. I don't think it's going to be a massive problem today though, because, well, we're only going to get 6 or 7 bales off this field. Start up the baler, line ourselves up, and yeah, let's see how many we get off this headland to start with. This bodes really well. We are coming to the end of the third row, and at this point we're looking at getting the fourth bailout. That is really good. It's not going to be far along this row here that we get it. In fact, that should just about do it there. And so yeah, that's 4 bales off 3 headlands. I think we could very much get a 5th bale off this headland, and that would make a big difference. That there's definitely 2 bales worth in the rows on the field itself, and as a result, this yield is looking much better than it did the last time we cut this field. Amazing the difference that putting a little bit of extra nitrogen, not much, just a little bit of nitrogen on this field has made. End of the 4th row, and yeah, look at that, 95% full. Won't take much to get our 5th bale for this field off here, and gonna be off there. No, not quite. I'm gonna try and do alternate rows here. Can be quite a difficult turn sometimes, but no, that's doing all right. And there we go, 100%. That is the 5th bale, and we still have most of the middle of this field to go. Bale number 6. And there we go. That is as many bales off this field as we have got off it last time, with, yeah, most of it left to go. I'm really pleased with that. That absolutely made sense to go and put a little bit of fertilizer on here then, because we're going to get 7 bales out of it. That means we could get 14 bales off this field between now and the end of the year, which is a fantastic number. That will stock us up completely for hay bales going into the winter, and give us a really good base for our animals. And means that next year we could actually probably get away with doing at least 1 lot of silage bales. If not, we just keep making hay bales and saving ourselves some money. Because we discovered, of course, that selling silage bales, we only ever get as much as we would pay for a hay bale. So we might as well just make our own hay bales. It's cheaper. And this will be our 7th bale. There we go. So that is an entire extra bale off here. Looks like we're going to get a little bit more. We've got a couple of rows to go. I actually left a small pile of hay there that I'll come back and get in a moment. Yeah, there's only 2 rows to go here. There is not a full baler's worth in here. How much there is, though, is going to be interesting. That's 15%. Yeah, I think this would have finished another bale if we had waited a little bit and hadn't gone and baled up the straw, because there we are, 21%. Yeah, we would have got another bale off here if we hadn't used the hay that we got previously to make that first straw bale on the barley field. Never mind. Right, what we want to do now then is go and see how our tractor is doing, how the Massey is doing, how much damage it has, and give this one a scan, I think, because if we can take this one out of action for a short period of time, it would be much better, and then we'll be able to use it next time for the carrots, or we inspect it now and then repair the damages to it once the carrot harvest is done. So let's see what the damage is on the Massey. Just pull in here for now. Expect to complete 4 more damages, so we've got 8 in total. We are going to have to repair this. It's struggling to start at the moment. I'm going to move it out the way. It's going to be out of action a little while, this tractor. Bring it just around here. Don't need it really anywhere else for now. We'll get this into position and get it inspected. Only has the single damage at the moment. So hopefully that won't go up too much. But this should be ready then by mid-afternoon and possibly repaired by tomorrow. So we'll start the inspection on that. That will be finished at 10 to 2. And we can pop in here and grab our Merlot with the bale spikes on it. That currently has 2 damages and also requires an inspection. If we're going to be using this and the Vulture for the carrot harvest tomorrow, we really want both of them inspected and in tip-top condition. We also need to get some fuel into this. So let's just pull up to here, stop that, and refuel it. Today is turning out to be quite efficient. I'm pleased with how it's going. All right, we want to try and take these as stacks of 3. So first one in there. I think my bale spikes are pointing slightly upward. That's all right. So we'll get these in 2 goes. Where's that bale I saw? There it is. So bring this around here. Now, this is something that people suggested I do on a previous series. Not just carry 2 with me, but instead go and carry 3. That's going to push that sideways. Can be difficult to see in here. I want to get the easiest way to do it is to go right. I want to get the bale to the side of that spike. Use that spike as my middle. Too much on the ground. There we go. And there, in. Right, there we go. Those are 2 right next to each other. You then come here and drop that there. Back out of those. Grab the 3rd one. With the middle... it lined up on the middle spike. There we are. Put this on top, and then we can take a stack of 3 and immediately have them stacked in the shed, which works so well to stack things up quickly. Doesn't work quite so well when you're stacking on a trailer, but yeah, stacking in a shed, this works pretty well, I find. And then we just line up the middle one. Line up the height on the outer spike. Line up position on the middle spike. And we got a stack. There we go. Right, let's get these over to the animal yard. Transporting these this way saves on time considerably. It's pretty stable. There's not a huge amount of stability issues with it. And it allows you to get over here a bit quicker. You can line up on this shed. And then down. I'm going to put it quite there. That's not quite straight. You want to be there. There we go. That's much better. Drop those there. Back on out. And yeah, now we only have to do 2 more trips. I have noticed that my Merlot is smoking a little bit. There's a fair amount of black smoke that's coming out of it at times. And we want to get this repaired. It's gonna be the Vulture and this that we're trying to use for the carrots. If we can get a hired worker working on the carrots next time, which should only be interrupted to refill the box every so often, or replace the box every so often, we should then be able to keep things going and speed things up on our carrot harvest. We'll see how it actually works. I don't think there's any way of automating the purchase of the boxes, unfortunately. So it's basically run the hired worker until it fills a box, then empty the box off on the field, put a new box on, and get the hired worker going again. In the meantime, we will pick up the box with the telehandler, get it off the field, and see if that works, and see if we can keep things flowing that way. Second lot of bales into the shed, line it up, and drop it down and in. Think of a little bit over to the left, or to the right, I should say, actually. And there we go. Much better now that we've got a good storage space in here. You can see why we don't actually need any straw bales. We have more than enough to keep our cows going. So I'm not going to worry about that. What I do need to do now is hook up to the trailer, get that into the field and start collecting up these straw bales. We want to try and make some money off them. And oh, the Valtra actually should be ready for us to check. So we'll come back and check that and see how long it might take to get the damages on it repaired. Because if it's only going to be a few hours, we might be able to get it to do it in time to start the carrots the next day and cart our bales today. Last bale in. Stop this here. And let's have a look at this. 2 more damages for a total of 3. So if we take it to repair this, it will finish repairing today. This does confirm to me, though, that the Massey is going to be completely out of action until tomorrow. So we'll repair the damages on this. Yes. And that now is going to sit there until the end of the day. And we'll have to cart stuff, or we'll have to use the trailer with the Merlot here. Not the end of the world. Yeah, if we inspect this today, I think it will still be okay for us to do the carrot harvest with it. Don't know how many of these bales we'll be able to get on this trailer. Quite a full field that we've got. We'll put the trailer in the middle, though. And that'll be a good position. Disconnect it. And then we want to really start at the farthest edges. Grab 2 bales at a time and get loading them up. I'm placing them on here this time with a little bit of a gap towards the end because we know that we can't fit them all on. We want to be a little bit careful pulling off here because it is now a little bit heavy on the back. So need to be really careful. With no tractor on the front, loading the back bit like this is a little bit scary, but we're loading now over the wheels. So that shouldn't be a huge issue. And yeah, time to head over this side of the field towards the middle and see if we can grab a couple more. And I'm kind of wondering what that great demand is for. Looking on here, seeing if anything is above best price. No. It would be really good if it was straw, but no, even that's below. So yeah, not really anything by the looks of things at any of the sell points. So no, we'll just continue loading these up. So I've managed to get 12 bales on the bottom row here. Not quite on there. Let's push down a little bit harder on that. And no. Oh, always hate it when one of the bales doesn't disconnect. And yeah, that then causes us all sorts of problems. But yeah, 12 bales in total on these. That means that we should be able to get 14 bales on the top. And I think that we've got more than 14 bales left on this field, though. So it's going to be more than one load to get these. We should be able to fit one on the front there, I think. Even with that slightly moved bale there. And so, yeah, actually, no, it'd be 16. Oh, there's only 16 bales. There might only be 16 bales left on this field. So first 2 on this level above the wheels to balance things up a little bit. And then that will give us a good amount to work with. A good amount of space to work with. And just trying to keep things nicely balanced. So the next 4 will have to go slightly further forward, I think. We might actually fit all of these bales on this trailer. It's quite amazing. Suddenly, the field itself does not have many bales left. We've got one left up there. We've got one in front of me there. So that's 2, 3 with on here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we're left with less than 6 bales, which we're going to be, that won't fit on the trailer. Either A, we can see if we can fit them on the top of the trailer, which might be possible, especially with this telehandler. Or B, we might just go and put them in our shed and top up our bales a little bit. But to be honest, we've got 8 bales left. We're going to fit, by the looks of it, 4 on the back here, or 8 on the back here. No, 4 on the back here. Yeah, and I need to let that one drop down. Right, and then on the top, down. Come on, come off. There we go. And that will sit on the back there on the ladder. We should get the same thing with another 2 bales on the other side. So that's 4 of our 8. And I think we can fit 4 on the front as well. So that is all going to play pretty well with us getting all these bales sold. Actually managed to get these at slightly different heights, which might work for what we've got to do at the back here. Let's just bring this in, line it up. And this is where loading the front of the trailer first is going to pay off, because we've now put a fair amount of weight on the back. And as a result, we need to make sure that the whole back of the trailer doesn't tip. You can see the whole trailer moving because us putting pressure on the back is making it tip. Right, let's strap these down. We don't have a strap right at the back, but that should do it. And then, yeah, I think we can fit 4 bales on this at the front as well. We can definitely fit 2. And we've got 5 bales left. Managed to restack it a little bit at this end. It's now working so much better. And yeah, it does just tell me that the way to do it going forward is to stack from the front towards the back. We'll get a bit of space at the back that 2 will fit on. And then we are sorted. We do have 1 extra bale left on the field, and I don't know, it might fit on the front, it might not. I don't think there's a lot of leverage there. I think it might just roll off if I do that. So, oh, I know where we can put it. We can put it towards the back. There's a bit of gap in the middle there that should work quite well. So let's put this on here, back that off. We can now get that strapped down, and yeah, I think we can get it on this point here. And I've got the bale nice and high on the spikes so we can clearly see things. And on and in the middle, I think we're going to have to back off a little bit and extend out the arm. Up a bit. Yep, I think that is pretty good. Let's back that off then. That will sit in the middle up the top there. Are we in the middle? Oh, it's not bad at all. I'll take that. And that should also help the stability of those back 2 as well. So now that we have this all loaded up and we have this field cleared, we're actually going to leave these on here. These bales won't sell for their best price until January. We have no use for this trailer until then. So we will just hook things up and get this parked up in the yard, ready for when A, our tractors are fully repaired, and B, we're going to get the best price. Although we only have £7,000 left, repairs to our equipment might be a little bit of a problem. So we need to make sure that we have enough money kicking around to do that. For now, though, let's park this over here at the side, and then we can take full advantage of our amount of money we'll get for it later. And yes, I know this is where I normally put my boxes, but we can always move it somewhere else that fits better later. So I'm going to start today actually with the Massey. We had everything last time scanned and inspected just to make sure that things are all working. Our Massey still very much is in need of repairs. So we'll bring it over to the end here, and we've got 9 damage to it. It looks like it would take maybe 2 days. Yeah, in fact, 2 the following morning. But it's going to cost 4,540. I don't want to spend this money right now. But the fact that it's only going to take 24 hours to get this repaired, or until sort of middle of next day to get this repaired, is really good news for us. We just need to get a little bit more money in. If we spend all the money that we have today for that to get that repaired, we'll have nothing to be able to actually get these carrots here on field 5 harvested. So what I want to do is actually get the carrots harvested first, and then we will look at getting the Massey fixed. To our other 2 pieces of equipment, this tractor is fully repaired and all raring to go. There are no issues with this at all, which is great. We do need to refuel it first. As you can see, that there's not a lot of fuel in this, so we'll stop this here and get some more fuel in. I thought when this was raring to go, it was absolutely raring to go and fueled up. I forgot that I needed to put some fuel in it. But that's good news. We caught that, and we're not going to suddenly run out of fuel halfway through doing these carrots. Start her up again and reverse it up. Now, the Merlot hasn't actually had any repairs done. It doesn't have a lot of damage to it, though, thankfully. So we should be all right with that. And so I am going to get headlands out on here first. And once we got those done, what we'll be able to do is set a hired worker going, I'm hoping, and get this field done with that. With basically, whenever it runs out of space in a box, we'll get it to do the we'll unload the box and everything, and get a new one. So first things first, we want to buy a box, get that on the back, start this up, drop it down. Oh, make sure we got the right bit of kit. Right, drop it down, and away we go. And we'll start by getting this top headland done. And once that is all done and cleared, we should be in a position where we can start getting the rest of this field harvested. But yeah, these awkward bits at the top, we want to get these out first. And in fact, wow, we have 2/3 of a box. Yeah, 2/3 of a box just off this headland bit. That's really good news. It's actually making pretty short work of this headland. We are we're on our 2nd run through here. We're on our 3rd box, and yeah, it's chomping right through it. We're basically going to do the same thing at the other end. We've got a small area down this corner to do as well, but I am intrigued as to whether we can get this working and get it moving without it causing too many problems with having to drop boxes off on a regular amount of time. If we can get a pretty standard hired worker going with these headlands removed, I think it might work. And then we just need to go and pick up the boxes with the Merlot behind it as it's going. So it should work pretty well for us. We're full again on another box, and it's about right for filling a box from one end to the other with this. Let's put this one next to that other one. So back this up. turn it off because it's still trying to fill it. There we are. Down and unload it. And if we put the next box on, we can immediately push that backwards. Like that. Get that out the way without really causing much problem with the next one. And then start it up and get it done. Look at that. 4 boxes already into this. And the yield is really good, actually, further into the field. This little section here, we've got some fairly horrible soil. But it looks like we're getting 125% yield further into the field here. And that is absolutely fantastic. We're not far off finishing this headland now. We just need to get, about 1 more row off here. We're up to 6 boxes. Yeah, we've got 5 down there, 1 down here, and we're actually halfway through the 7th box. So lots of carrots off the end here. In fact, that really dark green mark on the yield map is so encouraging. To have such a great yield off here, I think we're going to have a massive number of carrots this year. Very, very happy with how this is going. Just a little bit of cleanup left to do in the middle section here. And then that is this headland done. And then we need to head down the other side and get the headland at the other end done. That is going to be a much bigger headland, and we've got a lot less space to leave boxes. So we will have to work with that a little bit more to get that to work. So I'm going to head down here. We're not going to harvest as we go down here. But we are going to harvest when we get to the corner here, because we need to harvest this area out. So let's clear this. We need space to turn around and space to get everything set up around here. Here is where it is that little bit more difficult. We've got not a huge amount of space to move. We're right up against the wall here. But we need the space for when we actually get a hired worker working on here. We're going to need them to be able to get into this corner. In fact, I don't think we can even harvest that little bit in the corner there. I don't think we can get the tractor in there for that. At the moment, I'm having to back up and come around to get stuff. And yeah, we are a little bit close to the hedge, to the fence there. But we're getting a healthy amount out of here. Again, that dark green color is appearing. We are getting a very good yield in this corner as well. And I think we're going to end up overall with just a really good yield on this field. And a lot of carrots, which is good news. What I do need to do, though, is go and put all of these carrots into our loading area, because we need to get the money back that we've spent on the boxes so far. That way, we can make sure that we don't have any issues when it comes to running out of cash. We've only got 1,390 available to us, so yeah, we need to make sure that we're not going to have a cash problem. Let's drop this down, drop this off. We are costing 130 for every box, but we do get that money back every time we unload a box. So putting it into our store is really useful, because we get that money back and we can plow that further into our field. Most of the corner's done. The question now is, can I get anywhere near picking this stuff up in here? And no, we cannot pick that bit up right in the corner that actually affirms something. We very much need a little bit more grass coming away from that edge there, or even just a dot in the corner, because we are unable to get right in there for stuff. Down this end though, we should be able to get a lot of this harvested, and yeah, looks like it's all grown this year, unlike the barley last year, where we just had those large patches along this edge that never grew and never got to be anything more than 2/3 of the way ready. The yield down the bottom end of the field here is looking pretty good. It's not quite as dark as the top end of the field was, but there definitely seems to be a 100 to 120% yield on here, which is really, really good. We are on to our third box down this end of the field. No, in fact, this is our fourth box down this end of the field that we've just filled, which is very good news. Being able to get this much filled at this point is really cracking news, actually. When we run out of money, I think we'll transfer over to the Merlot, get that so that we can empty some boxes, get a bit of money back, and see where we are. If we really need to, we do have that entire trailer full of bales, of straw bales, that we'll be able to go and sell and get ourselves back in the black. Of course, the other thing we can do is we still have the ability to borrow some money. We've been very careful with how much money we actually borrow, so that will be good. Bought another pallet. It means we can start up again and lower this down and get some more carrots harvested. Still plenty to go here. Really, really good yield. I think we might take a couple of days to get all these lifted. Something I'm going to have to be very careful of is not losing any of these boxes in the hedge. I've got 4 boxes along here, and yeah, if I'm not careful, they're going to get hidden by bushes and bits like that. So we want to make sure that we actually do pick up all of the boxes when we do. This headland is going impressively well, though. Nice dark green in all of our harvesting at the moment, and a good, I think that might be 8th box on this headland that we're working on at the moment. Absolutely fantastic. A lot of carrots coming off here. And once we get these headlands finished, I think that's the point at which I'm going to load up these boxes today and get them all out of the way, which should work for us pretty well. It means that we'll end the day with a nice set of carrots stored in our silo, and then be able to have enough money with any luck to buy boxes and get a hired worker going the next day. I remember last year's carrot harvest starting off like this, having a really good go on the headlands, knocking things out really well, and it looking like we were just absolutely sailing along, and then it becoming a real sort of slog later on. I don't think we're going to have that problem this year, because we've got a big advantage this time that we didn't have last time. We've got time on our hands. We are not racing against the clock to get all of this harvested before it all withers. We've got a couple of months. I think we can harvest the carrots until the end of November. Obviously, I don't want to be doing it that long. There are things I would like to do on the farm before then. we need to start getting our fields prepared for the spring seeding, of course, and all of that. But yeah, if we need it, the time is there, and we should be able to just keep plodding along at it and hacking away at this, getting these lifted, and eventually be able to sell them for a nice big wad of cash like we did last year. And this year our selling should be more efficient as well. We should be able to get these sold with a lot less hassle. I think our biggest problem with trying to automate any part of the carrot harvest at the moment is that we always get to this point of the year without a huge amount of money. We're down, well, we're at £1,011 in the red, and that means we wouldn't be able to hire a worker at the moment, and part of that is because we have just had to buy so many boxes at the moment to keep ourselves going. We've got a lot of boxes down this end of the field. It's really, really good, but at the same time really, really expensive. If you think that 10 boxes is £1,300, that is what is causing us the biggest pain at the moment, is having to buy those on a regular basis down here. We do almost have this end of the field done though, and with this headland complete, we will be able to start looking at the main body of the field. That is going to be what we do in the second day of September. Right now, what I want to do is get all of these boxes picked up and loaded into our silo, into our carrot storage, and get the money back for these boxes, and then be able to have some money left to deal with getting the main body of this field done next time. And we should be able to basically pick boxes up out of the field and then load them straight into our storage. I'm very tempted to borrow some money, grab ourselves a big transport trailer, park that underneath the loading point, and get that loaded up as well. And that way, as soon as these are ready to go, we will be able to get them sold and start the money rolling in. So yeah, there's a lot of options that we have to look at over the next couple of days, I think. This is the last of the carrots. We've got, well, the last of the carrots on this headland, of course not the last of the carrots on this field. I think we've got a little bit over here. Perfect. We'll be able to actually complete this box just with stuff from the end over here. Won't take very much. And the rows here are really short, so we want to be clearing into this bit of the field anyway. And then, yeah, we'll go grab the telehandler. We'll get some of these boxes picked up and put into our storage. Get the money back for the boxes. And that will be a really great start into this field, I think. And I think that's got it. Yep, there we are. Turn that off, back it up. We'll put this box in with these over here, and then park the tractor up, and yeah, go get the telehandler, because it's time to start loading some of these up and seeing if we can get some money back for the boxes. Now expect 10 boxes loaded into our silo should give us the money back for those 10 boxes. We'll put another box on the back of here, because I think if I turn it on, yeah, we immediately have 11% kicking around in the harvester. I'll put this up here, and let's go get the Merlot and start unloading some of the boxes that we've done. The first box is right here, very, very close. We'll see. I think I have a niggling feeling that we get actually paid quite a bit for returning these boxes. We might actually get paid more than we pay for them. But it's just a case of, yeah, running back and forth. I close the gate. Get that open. Don't tend to leave that, to close that gate very often. Right, and then into here with this. And unload it. How much we get for the box? 230. So yeah, we actually get £100 more for unloading these boxes and returning them than we pay for them. That is fantastic. We're actually gonna make £1,000 off delivering 10 boxes. One thing that does worry me is that we've got rain on the way. It seems to be the bane of our carrot harvests on here, is that we just seem to keep getting hit by rain every year when we're in the middle of our carrot harvest. We will see exactly what that is going to mean for us this year. I think that's going to be mainly overnight, and if it is, that's very good news, because we will have a very brief shower overnight and things should be okay by the morning. But if we have a rainy day tomorrow, that is going to cause a lot of issues. We really want to keep things rolling here, and at the moment things are going okay. But as I said, we had this situation last year. We got the headlands out quickly, it all went well, and then we got hit by rain. We had the time limit. It got very hairy towards the end of the carrot harvest last year. So we'll see how we do here, but we are already back in the black, which is great news. We just need to go and grab all of the boxes from the far end of the field as well. But at the moment, this is looking pretty good. Putting these in this storage is going to be really useful for us to track exactly how much we have as well. It holds 100,000 liters of root crops, this, and as a result, we'll be able to take about 50 boxes worth in here. And it's loaded up really nicely. We're making very good progress on that. Just a few more boxes to go. Having to go the long way around though, because of course I don't want to be driving over the crop, or I want to be limiting how much I'm driving over the crop as much as possible, and driving the telehandler back and forth over it repeatedly is not doing that. We need to make sure that we are responsible in the amount of travel we do over the crop itself. Final box for today. Get this off here. I'm gonna leave the tractor and the harvester down this end. Actually, I might get them back to the farm. Might be wise to get them back down there. But yeah, we've done really well. We've got all of the headland out. We are nicely set up for the next day. We're actually at 3,039 pounds. Sorry, 3,089 pounds right now. So looking good. We're probably gonna start off the day. No, in fact, I don't think we'll start off the day in the red, because we have a monthly cost for our leasing of equipment. So we might actually be okay. And be able to start off the next day with a decent amount of cash to try and get things going. We'll drop this off here. Right, and then back it up. And that is that job done. Let's just have a look. We should be able to tell how much we have in here. Yeah, 40,000 liters of carrots. So that is absolutely fantastic. 20 boxes off those headlands. So this is going to be a bit of a long one in getting all these done. I'm really hoping we can knock this whole field out. I had hoped to get a hired worker working on this, but we are minus 1,771. So it's not looking great as far as that goes. We're going to open the field up here and hopefully get a nice run opening up here. And as we get boxes out, we'll go and grab the telehandler, which is over there, grab them out the way, and hopefully sort that. In fact, if all the boxes go this way, we will be doing well, because we can just drop this box off at the end of the field here and then go and grab another one. In fact, we do have, somebody did point out, we have an empty box in the yard that we need to go and add to this at some point. First though, we need to grab a new box and get back in. And I think we'll leave that there for now, and we'll go and grab a couple of boxes in a bit when they start getting to the way. For now, that is doing really, really well. What a great start, a single box off that row. So far, we've been getting roughly a pallet a row. It, of course, is throwing us a little bit deeper into the red every time we have to refill with another pallet. But once I've opened up a roadway enough here, I think what we'll do is go and get the row so that let's go and grab the telehandler and empty some of these pallets out. I noticed that we've left a pallet. There's a pallet still in the hedgerow here. So having missed that, we need to get that picked up as well. So let's unload this one. That should have unloaded that. There it goes. That's got it. So forward and off. Lifted up by another pallet. Yes. And then when we go into the yard, what we'll do is we'll go and pick up that spare pallet we've got. So that when we get to the end of the field and we need to empty and replace another one, we can just refill with the one that we got sitting in the yard. But look at that. It's 9:05 and we've already opened up a row wide enough for our harvester not to have to work between the rows of carrots anymore. We can just keep opening the field up from here. Now that I've got the enough width going, let's just stop this here like so, and we'll run back, grab the telehandler and start moving boxes out the way, because yeah, I've just had to drop my first mid-row box off there. Now, one of the reasons why I'm doing this and picking these boxes up as we go is because the boxes themselves, when we've finished filling them, finished emptying them, they sell for about double the price that we buy them for, which is quite good, quite useful to us. And so by the time that we've got rid of maybe a couple of rounds of these, we should have enough money to get a hired worker going up and down the rows and seeing if we can automate this a little bit better. I don't expect the hired worker to actually hit the end of the row and be finished before we've grabbed the box and gone and dropped it off. So at that point, the whole field should start working for itself pretty easily. And I want to make sure that we get to that point, because that is only going to speed things up today. So this is my final box off the field for now. So we'll drop these into the store. Where's that take our store up to? 52,000 litres by the looks of it. That's great. We'll grab the empty box we have over here, and we'll take that back to the field. And yeah, we have cut it down a little bit. We're at 1,047. So a few more boxes, maybe 10 more boxes, I think, and we'll be able to start getting a hired worker on this. Not quite wide enough yet to drop a pallet off and then let the tractor keep going up and down. So we're gonna have to grab this from the middle here, turn around and get this done. Not quite sure why we got picking over costs, because we're not running any hired workers at the moment, so it's a little bit weird that our costs are still going up. I think this might just be enough to squeak past now. Yes, there we go. So we can go down each way without having to worry about it, and that means we should get 2 rows in with a couple of boxes, and then be able to go and pick up and turn around and come back. That is fantastic news. Gonna make things a lot simpler, and in fact we are again at a full harvester. So let's just back this off here, put that there, and then I really want to go and grab this empty box that we have sitting here at the end waiting for us. Right, should be able to load this up. So lower it down. Will it put it on there? Let's see. Yep, there we go. Loaded it up. And away we go again. Fantastic. That means that we no longer have just an unused box kicking around. We can now use that up and keep going. Turn it on and into the row, and away we go. I'm almost out of the red. Unfortunately, our Merlot here is about to go over another hour and cost us more leasing, and as a result, well, it's going to take a big chunk out of our money and prevent me from getting a hired worker going. I think our best bet is actually going to be just to borrow the money and go from there and see if we can get this to work, because if we can't, then that's fine. Otherwise, I think it would be good. So let's borrow 5,000. Then we'll come back here and we will hire a worker, let them head off, and see how they do. So our hired worker is coming up to a full pallet. What I'm doing with the hired worker is I'm actually turning him around at the end, so he's stopped. Yeah, so we can now drop this down, unload the box, drive forward, put a new box on it, and then away we go. Turn it on, hire worker, and away it goes. And while our hired worker is going down filling that box up, what we can do is just come down here, pick this up, and turn around. So yeah, we still control when the boxes are emptied. We control pretty much everything else with this. We just have the hired worker going until he's full, and this is going to speed things up no end. So we're back to the field. Hired worker has a full box. We back this up. Oh, start him up. Back this up. We'll turn out of the prop actually, and drop this off. So this isn't really taking that much longer than it would take us normally. Lift it up and put a new box on. And yeah, then while the hired worker's going again and filling up again, we can go and empty out this box and keep things moving. I might even try and set up a play course on this in a minute and see if we can get this working how I really want. Drop it down, hire the worker again, and away it goes. Meanwhile, we grab the box. Oh, this I think is going to work really well for us. The other way to speed this up is to be sitting in the tractor when it actually ends up doing the box. we can then, it doesn't stop the engine then, it just basically has the harvester finish. We can then drop down, unload, drive forward, lift up again, put the new box in, get ourselves back into position in one fluid motion, and then hire a worker again. That then means I can come in with the telehandler, pick up the box, move out the way, and yeah, keep this field clear. Wow, this is so much easier. I have just noticed though there is rain on the way. I'm kind of wondering at what point that might turn up. Our telehandler's gone over the hour and it hasn't completely destroyed our ability to keep the hired worker going. That is great news. The rain has started falling. We're still making good progress, but obviously the longer this rain falls for, the more it's going to hamper our progress. We know from the past that we sometimes get the carrot boxes stuck in the ground with the rain. So let's keep this going, and then we'll come and pick up the box. But yeah, with any luck, the rain won't last too long, and we'll be able to clear out a lot more of this field. Looks like it's not going to last too long, so with any luck, it'll all be good. And we won't need to worry about this too much today. However, something I do need to worry about apparently is that we are full in our shed, in our storage. So from now on, all of our boxes have got to go over here, which is kind of our storage area at the moment. And yeah, I'm hoping once we get this area cleared of stuff this year, we might be able to actually put a shed here and do that. But yeah, the storage area there, our loading area is full, and now we're gonna have to concentrate on stacking the boxes instead. Don't know why it is that rain is always our big problem with our carrot harvest. It's looking like we're, well, I wouldn't say we're half the way through this field. I think we might be a third of the way. We might end up having a second day on this, especially if we keep getting muddier on here. Again, not a huge problem. We have time this year. I mean, we're harvesting these in September, and they don't have, or we've got to get them in before November. But yeah, you can see here, can't put them in there, so I'll have to go over here. Very tempted to grab a big trailer that we can start loading stuff into. In fact, we could start loading stuff into our grain trailer if we wanted. For now though, just want to put them up here, preferably without making them go all skew with and difficult to handle later. We're definitely sinking fairly deep into the mud now, and that's beginning to worry me as far as keeping these boxes going. The rain has stopped though, which is good news, so things will start to dry out. We should be able to get a lot more of this field done today. As I said, I don't think it's going to be the full field, but it is going to be a long way towards it. We will take this to 180 degrees because it was a bit skewy last time. Fire that, and away it goes. And then we can leave that and go and get this box taken. One problem we have got now is we're not getting money back for the boxes that we bring back to the yards, because we're not emptying them, because we're just storing them over here. They are very much just money sitting there. So our money is constantly going down now with every pallet we do. And yeah, I quite like the idea maybe of getting a large trailer we can start filling with these carrots so that we can make a bit more space in our shed. I'm looking forward to the new Farm Productions DLC that's coming at the end of the month. It's going to have some extra stuff in for the premium expansion crops. So I'm really intrigued to see what happens with it. We might extend this series a little bit if there's some cool bits that we can use on here. But we'll see how it goes at the moment. Currently, this series is due to finish at the end of this month. And so, yeah, very interested to see where this is going. Speaking of where this is going, I don't know where that harvester is off to. We kind of want it to get to work on this row. In fact, I'm going to start it working towards the house now. I think that will be a better route for it to go at the moment. And it's going to be fairly full, or it's going to be full fairly quickly here, I think. So we'll start that there, set the hide worker going, and that should do the trick nicely. I think the money might just last to the end of the day. We are coming up on 5 o'clock now. We've got £827 left. And oh, I think my telehand is going to be in the way, although we are at a full box. So let's just back this off into a position where the telehandler can pick it up. About there-ish will do nicely. Dump that out. Pull forward, up, and grab ourselves a new box. And then I'm gonna back myself into position over here, and this can go out on the next row. In fact, that row there was exactly the row we need. So we're gonna go until we run out of money today, and then we might look at maybe selling the straw bales next time to get some money in and get things running again. Because yeah, we really want to not have to be borrowing money all the time to keep the farm going. In fact, looking at the prices, the milk should come. In fact, the milk is at best price right now. So I think we are going to go and sell off the 9,000 litres of milk we've got before we finish today. And that is going to sort us out quite nicely. In fact, I think our boxes are full on this tractor. So what we'll do is we'll take this box up to the end. That is where we'll finish with the carrots today. And we can go and drop this this harvester off the back of here on this field and go and sell some milk. Make a decent amount of cash and have enough to get these carrots finished off tomorrow. I think that is the best thing right now that we can do, and would be a really good way to finish off today. So let's lift this up. We will drop the harvester off at the edge of the field, and once I put that crate away, we'll go and grab ourselves the milk wagon and get the milk sold. I think this trailer only holds... I think this trailer holds, sorry, 18,000 litres of milk. So it should only end up being about half full. Need to just get it a little bit into there. Yeah, there we go. Fill it up with the milk. And no, it's only an 8,000 litre trailer, so it's going to take 2 full journeys to get this done. But even 8,000 litres is going to make us a decent amount of cash today. And by the looks of things, I think we'll only get 1 load of milk, but at least it's a full trailer. 8,000 litres should be more than enough to give us some extra cash. And we're going to need to back this into the dairy here. Going to be a fun maneuver with this trailer. Let's turn this here. We need to get it to go fairly sharply round, and then we've got to follow it round quickly to make sure that it doesn't go too far. Which, trying to get a dolly trailer like this to go at 90 degrees, always a bit of a challenge, because it gets that far round and then it's just going round, and it stays round, and it gets, yeah, you've got to get it to straighten out, because if it doesn't straighten out, you just end up going back and forth forever, or you end up running into a car like that. Finally, after lots of back and forth, I think I've got it into position. Hopefully we're not too far over and won't hit the concrete. No, we're good. Let's unload that there. This is such a tight space to get this done into, but we are done. And there we go. That is a really good amount of money coming in. 12,570, in fact 11,205 and 718 on the environmental score. Really well set up for our final day on the carrots. So I was starting off my day checking through the animals, and yeah, all of them are in need of feed. So we're gonna start by getting some ingredients to feed the cows. And to do that, I'm going to grab a couple of our silage bales back here. These should be able to be picked up fairly easily. Yep, there we go. And up. And yeah, these will go for a little while longer. We probably do need actually to cut some silage bales looking at this. And I was going to do a hay bale cut at the end of the year. But this very much looks like the silage bales are running a bit low. We do have a bit of a tight run down the side here, but the nice thing about this Merlot is that it runs fairly easily around all these corners. It's a very maneuverable piece of equipment, this. And I'm going to bring this all the way around into this shed here. I think we probably now could fill the silage clamp here with these bales and make all of this job an awful lot easier to do. We get this in position here though, and then we can just pull our mixing wagon out of here. We got the Valtra on it this morning, so forwards with this, and we have to pull it out and put the Valtra around to about here-ish in this gateway. And this is why we brought the telehandler all the way back round first. I don't know how much this holds. And looking at its listing here, it holds a grand total of 22,000 litres. So how many litres do we have on the front here of this? 7,000. So yeah, 2 of these, 2 are, well, do we want 3 of these actually in that? I know, because the hay bales will be slightly different. So this takes 7,000 litres with 2 of these silage bales. If we go and grab 2 hay bales as well, we'll see what those hold. I think they hold about 9,000. So that evens out at about 16. And then the rest should be able to be done with straw. Yeah, 9,000 litres in total. So we're going to grab 2 of these to go into here. And that will be enough to at least keep the cows going for the next few days. So this into there as well. Let's see if we can pull that off. There we go. That extension definitely causes us issues with getting bales into that. But with 9,000 litres off the first pair and... Sorry, 9,000 litres off the hay bales and 7,000 litres off the silage, that is going to be a grand total of 16,000. That just leaves... another 7,000 litres, I think. So we got to be careful that we don't end up putting too much straw in here that overwhelms the silage that we put into this trailer as well. But I don't know how much is in this, but maybe a single bale of this straw will be enough. Yeah, 5,000 liters. That will be enough to take it up to 21. In fact, no, we could put more straw in here and top this up. So yeah, I think that's probably how we'll go. We'll get this all loaded up. We'll top it off with a bit more straw, and that should work. Yeah, as long as we keep it below a third for the straw and have more actually than a quarter for the rest, we should be all right. In fact, I'm going to risk it a little bit and just drop that in there. That will then keep mixing that straw in as we go and hopefully make it go a little bit further. So let's turn on the mixer, back it up. Will that turn on? I don't think we're all hooked up. Yeah, we're not all hooked up. There we go. Then turn the mixer on. Like to do that. It doesn't actually in-game make any difference, but from a realism perspective, I like to do that. Only downside is, of course, this shed we have to empty to the, well, what is currently our left-hand side, but the right-hand side, look at this, away from the cows in order for it to empty. But it will do it, so let's do that. Empty it out, and hopefully, whoa, stop. Yeah, there is our problem. So we now have too much in there, and it's still loading it, but it's not great, and it's not great quality stuff. So we can't put 2 full bales in there of straw because it doesn't make the TMR. And you can see here, it's pretty much ignored all of the other stuff that we've put in, all of the silage that went in there. It's just done hay, and that's only 80% of the production. So yeah, we really need to watch that. I think we could probably put some more in here. So if we're going to do that, what we're going to do is move this out of the way, stop the mixer going, and go and grab some more silage bales and actually get some TMR in here and get our cows doing better. So let's try it again. 2 bales of silage. Drop them in first. Then we'll go and grab 2 bales of hay. Get them dropped in as well. So in, round, and grab that. And up. And then these can go in as well. And then finally after that, we want to grab 2 bales of straw, but only put as much in as is needed to complete things. So just hold these over the top. Put them in like so. They should take about 6,000 litres of the 10,000 litres we've got on here. There we go. Pull that back. Get them out. And we'll go and put these back. And then both of these can be dropped in next time. And we can then go and put 1 more bale on top. So, yeah, 4,000 litres off here. Plus another couple in there. Eventually it will all even out. So back in the Wolfeurer again, and this time we have a good mix, and we should get a nice load of TMR in here. Empty it out, and we've now got a good level of TMR in there along with the hay. And that is the last we need, the Wolfeurer on the animals this morning. So we'll get that hooked back up to our carrot harvester, ready to get that started shortly. We don't want to immediately get the carrot harvester going because we'll just have to keep dropping off the boxes and doing that. So I'm going to avoid that at the moment, but we'll get it in position and we'll be ready to go as soon as we've done the chickens and the sheep. And the chickens and the sheep will be much easier than the cows were because we don't have to mix anything for them. So we'll pick up this and back it out. That will be all 3 of these for the sheep. What I also want to do is grab the water trailer on our way past. So we'll back this up to that, hook that on here as well, and give some water to the sheep too. Get this all done in one go. Onto there. And then fun swinging around with all this now. But it shouldn't be too difficult, I don't think. Doing all of this at once is really useful. Can I get the water trailer to fill from there? No, we'll have to back it up again. So back that up there and refill the water. And of course, that is already, it's going to drain our already limited funds today. Now, we ended the last episode with about £12,000. We, of course, spent a load of that overnight because we ended up with, well, our normal leasing costs. Those go there. And then we need to get close again to drop the other one in. That goes, and that should go in as well. Right, plenty of feed there for the sheep. Yeah, so we spent a load on our normal leasing costs and all of our normal costs for our loans and everything overnight. I also started the repairs on the Massey Ferguson because we really need to start getting field 8 changed and ready for next year's carrots. It's not massively urgent, but when we finish the carrots on here, we're going to want to get to work on them. We're going to get to work on the carrot field and get that turned around for next year's barley crops. So there's quite a bit of work that needs doing over the winter that we're going to need the Massey for, that we can't do completely with the Vulture. Because, of course, the other thing there is we'll just be overusing the Vulture if we do that. And with the sheep now doing well, we want to hook up to the bucket here and go and grab some of this year's barley to get the chickens fed. If we can get the chickens fed for a good long while, at least until next year's barley crop comes up, that would be really great. So we'll keep an eye on exactly how much we need to put in for them. Get this, of course, from our store here. We want barley, 34,000 litres. Now we get 2,800 a go, and they're going to need 6,000 for the year. I think I said 2,800. We've got 2,480 actually in this bucket. So there should be more than enough to feed them, I think. Well, at least for a little while. Yeah, put that out there. That's not putting a pile on the ground. That is actually going in the trough. So that is good news. And yeah, that has worked well. We are going to need to do at least one, maybe two more of those. I'm going to go with two more of those. So I've already tipped a second one in. Just tip this third one in. And that will be the chickens done for a good while. It should be over a year before we need to put more feed in there. And as a result, they will be quite happy to keep going on as they are and producing eggs for us. Yep, in they go, all done. And now we can get back to the carrots. So while we're fiddling about with the attachments to this, I think we can get the tractor going and doing the actual work. Oh, we do need to put a new crate on the back. There we go. And check that we're nicely lined up. Right. Wait. That needs to be lined up to about there-ish. We might actually get a clear day at this. That would be great. So let's leave that going and we'll go and switch over to the pallet full. So we basically lost the morning to the animals, but we're back on track now. Back to getting the carrots harvested, and I think we'll get a decent way through the field again today. Whether we actually get this field finished, I don't know, but it's going to be fun trying to get there. And in fact, Yeah, the hired worker does do some weird things. Does sort of pick up and then move across every so often. It is only 64% full here, though. That's a really bad first row. Wow, that's a deep 60% orange. I wonder why that's happened. That seems to be correcting itself now. I think just that first row was a little bit thin, but that's being replaced by a deep green line. So I think we're pretty good. We're still getting a really great yield off here, and we're going to get many more boxes. So I mentioned earlier that the Massey here, this is still being repaired. It's going to be repaired by the end of today, by the look of it. 8 o'clock tonight, so that's great news. That will be back in time for us to start mulching field 8 after that. This has filled up again, though, so we'll back it out of the crop, drop off the box, and then we can come and pick that up in a moment with the telehandler. Drop it off, forward and out, lift up, put a new box on, and then we're going to get back into the crop and get it harvesting the rest. It really is a little bit odd how the hired worker does this. There we go, and away it goes again. And we can hop into this and go and grab that box and get that back to the yard. This is definitely a better way of doing this. We are spending a lot less downtime to actually get everything picked up. Partly because we're not having to go very far to drop the boxes, and we're dropping the boxes in such a way that they don't end up in our way all the time. This is getting very efficient. I am very pleased about how all this is going. The tractor and the harvester is about to get into this corner. It'll be interesting to see how it copes with that wall there. But I think it should be all right in general dealing with that. It might get a little bit fiddly in there, and so I might take it into the center of the field so that I can handle that myself, so that the hired worker doesn't get confused. But we have a decent number of pallets here. I think this is 13 outside. So this is 26,000 liters that we've got sitting out here, added to the 70 that we've already got in the shed. And yeah, that's a sizable amount of carrots we've got. Nearly 100,000 liters. And we're still working our way through the field. Quite what the harvest is going to do at the end of the field here, because it kind of seems to have missed a row up here. So we'll see if it cleans things up. I think it's having fun with that tree, maybe. No, it seems to be good. It is going to have a problem with that gate in a moment, though. So, we need to reverse it out of here, drop this pallet off. But I think I'm not going to immediately get this pallet back. I'm going to sort of clear up this area here, because we have the space to do this now. We can put this pallet out the way, and we can do a little bit of work ourselves for a little while. Save on the hired worker and clear up the edge of the field here, because it is getting a little bit more fiddly as a result of where we are. And yeah, we're going to have to do a little bit ourselves for a little while. Shouldn't be a problem, though. I think we've got enough space here now to put boxes, and then we can go and clear them up at our leisure a little bit later. I think we might actually end up with a nice sunny day to make some good progress on the carrots here. I think we'll get the other side of this tree, maybe, which would be a good place to end up. And yeah, leave us very little to finish off next day, which is great, because that means we'll be able to have some time to set up the Massey, get that working, and work on our other field in that time. If both these fields can be ready for planting before winter, That means springtime we'll be able to get some early planting in, and both fields will be ready in good time again. If we can get, I don't think we can get the barley in here in time next year, or in time for the end of the year. So I think that is very much going to be something that we end up getting in early next year, which makes sense because time is a very difficult thing when we got the carrots going on for so long. I'm now getting deep into this area here, and it's an area that is going to be difficult to sort of get with a hired worker, which is why I'm working through it. I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to sort of empty the boxes out here all the time, but it's not being particularly good. If as long as it's 50% either side, we'll be fine. Lift up, give us a new box, and then we can get back in here, open this up. It's just really the stuff at the edge here. This is where it's at its most difficult. We need it to do this here and get that. Yeah, there we go. We're filling a box, so we're all good. Unfortunately, while I've been working this area here, the time has gone over on the telehandler, and as a result, we are now in the minus figures again. Gonna have to, I think, borrow a little bit of money to get this completed. We're making way more money than it's costing us, so that's fine. But if we're gonna keep the whole really efficient way of doing this going, then that is gonna be an absolute must. We've almost got this little area here cleaned up though, so I'm happy with that. And once we've done that, we can get this. Well, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll borrow a bit of money, we'll get everything running here again, and get all of these boxes cleared off here, because we now have a whole load of boxes that we've got to clear off this field. I can't believe how much or how many carrots we're getting off here at the moment. This is a huge amount. I mentioned this in my last video, but I am really intrigued to see what the DLC coming at the end of this month can do for this farm. We know it's gonna have productions, that it's going to include stuff for the premium expansion, so stuff that will cover things like the carrots, and as a result, it's going to expand this side of things for the carrots. I'm intrigued to see if we can set up our own little market sell point and things, and make money, more money off the carrots, because this farm, very much more than anything now, has kind of become all about the carrots on here and how much we can make from them to get the farm set up. And it would be really good to have that barn all working and done by the end of the year. And there's a distinct possibility that we might be able to get that stuff on here before the end of the month. So I would like that, and actually before we look to sell these sets of carrots. So yeah, I would be very interested to see if we could set up our own market or our own setup here and see what would be available for maximizing the amount of money we get off the carrots this year. And it should finish off the fiddliest bit of this field. We can see there's a line of carrots here, even if they're not massively obvious. It's going to take us over a pallet. Yeah, there we go. That's filled that pallet up. We've got a tiny bit left at the end of there, but then we'll borrow some cash and we will get the tractor running again or get the tractor running again on a hired worker to get this all good and efficiently running, because I need to clear these boxes off this field. It might be something we do overnight, is continuing to clear these boxes off this field. And yeah, there we go. Last of the carrots in here. So let's borrow 5 grand. That should be enough to keep us going, at least for now. Overnight, we will end up running out of cash. But we've got enough of the field available to us now, I think, that is not going to be a massive problem. So down, forwards, and borrow the money. There we go. And away we go. Hired worker, getting onto that, and we'll go clear up all these boxes. Time is just coming up to 6 o'clock, and it's looking like it's going to be a fairly bright, clear evening. With it being this dry, I think we might continue on into the night quite a bit. I've got a few boxes to get off the field. We're trying to take a couple at a time here. And with any luck, we can not only clear this now, but also get a nice way into the rest of this harvest. Ready to finish it off next time as we start preparing the fields for next year. So I'm looking to start wrapping things up here on Northern Farms. We've really only got maybe 4 episodes, including this one. And you can see the rain is already setting in. Now, we have had problems with boxes and rain and harvesting before, but I think we might be all right. Let's unfold our harvester, and then we need to add a box onto it. Somebody did suggest I loaded up my trailer and freed up all the boxes, or the money that we've got in boxes already on here, and we could do that. I was considering getting a large trailer, but if we're looking to wrap things up in the not too distant future, then I want to try and save as much money as possible. What I really want to do is get as close to paying off the loan on this farm as we can, or possibly buying as much of the equipment that we've got leased on this farm as we can. Let me know in the comments which you'd like to see me do to complete this series, whether you'd like to see me buy all of the equipment that we've still got outstanding, or whether you think that we should pay the loan off. I would be really interested. I'm not sure at this point we're going to be able to pay all of the loan off, but I'm fairly sure we can get at least half of it to 3/4 of it gone. So yeah, definitely let me know which route you'd like me to go to end up on this series. I'm going to start off today by sorting out the fiddly bits either side of the tree. We've got 2 sections either side of it that we can just clear out and get done. So I'm going to run down here like this, get a bit sorted either side of it, and then we'll go up and down the actual bits around the tree. We are filling our boxes quite quickly today, though, which is good. That means we've got a nice amount of carrots on here. What I am worried about, of course, is all the driving off that we've got to do at the moment to get these unloaded. I need to keep them out of the way, and as we discovered before, if we're not careful adding a new box, it gets stuck in the mud and then we can't actually continue. So let's unload that box like so, load up a new one, and yeah, we're not sinking too much into the mud yet. We've got a way to go before that, but it won't be too long before I'll try to start getting a little bit stuck, and we might actually have to go and get the Massey out, which is already repaired and ready to get going again to complete this job if we need that little bit of extra power while the rain is falling. For now, though, the Vulture seems to be handling things absolutely fine, and we'll continue on with it until it's not. Already, this is beginning to sink in quite a bit, and I'm concerned about actually getting a box on here. We don't want this getting stuck. It will really hamper our ability to get all of this done. And as a result, we need to be a little bit careful. Harvesting again, in, and yeah, grabbing 2 rows. That should be good. We're slowly whittling it away either side of this tree, and working fairly well at it. And already we've got 4 boxes off this field. We'll have a 5th before too long, and that is just great news. The more we can make off the carrots this year, the better off we're going to be. And yeah, I can't even notice that the harvester is being lifted anymore, so it's really getting bogged down at this point. We're getting really bogged down now. You can see the back of this is actually, if I lift it, it has problems. Oh no, it's more than that. We are properly bogged down now. That is not good. Trying to lift it out, trying to move, but that has properly got stuck. And that's what I really feared was going to happen. Don't know what part of it's actually got stuck, but that is, yeah, that's really bogged down, and there's nothing I can do either way to get that moving, except possibly we might be able to get the Massey on it and see if that'll pull it out. So our fully repaired Massey raring to go. We'll see if this can pull the Vulture out of the mud. Last year we had this problem, but the other way round. The Massey got stuck, and in fact it was because a box actually got stuck in the mud. Yeah, the Massey got stuck, and the Vulture was unable to pull it out. This is the other way around. So the Massey is a much more powerful tractor and should be able to do this. And we might be able to use both these tractors for doing this harvest, or at least getting into this row. Let's go get the chain. The thing that annoys me about this towing chain is how difficult it is to pick up. And you basically have to walk backwards with it to prevent yourself dropping it. It's a pity it's not a little bit lighter and a little bit easier to maneuver as a result. Right. So, how do we connect this up? Let's have a look. Towing chain. Attach towing chain to vehicle. There we go. Right, and then we need to back this up as well. Now, do we attach the... oh, no. Where is the other end of this? There it is. Right. Open settings menu. Patch by hand, show help. Okay, no. We want to... I think we need to detach the chain, actually. Attach showing chain from vehicle and turn this round. I think the towing chain needs to be on here. No. Towing chain needs to be attached there, and then we attach the other end as normal. So that there, and then we grab this end here. That should attach to our tractor. Oh, if I can see it in the carrots. Right, there we go. Towing chain can attach. The better way to do it is probably to attach the chain first. Okay, turn on towed vehicle. Brilliant. So towed vehicle steering mode is auto, and we are going to try and drive forward. And yeah, look at that. We can pull it out fairly easily. Oh, wow, look at it. Look at it slide. That is crazy. But it is out, and what I'm going to do is just pull it off to the side of the field, and we'll see if we can't get the tractor working again. Oh, turn it off. So B turned off. Oh, and X. I've set steering mode as well. So set that off. There we go. And detach it, and we can leave the chain on the tractor here. I think that is the way to approach that in future, is to make sure that we put the chain on the towing tractor going forwards. Right, and then turn this on, drop it down, and don't stop. Let's just get these carrots up. This is going to be the hardest part of this. We're having to get fiddly around the tree. We're deep in the mud, and we can't stop the tractor. It is absolutely mind-blowing how difficult this is. Thankfully, we know we can pull ourselves out of the mud, so that there is not a problem in and of itself. It is the whole thing of not really being able to stop. And I'm going to have to drop this box here. So let's drop that off. Pull forwards. And get the new box on. Yeah. Lift the whole thing up. And away we go. Get ourselves back around to the crop. Down and in. Oh, I'm going to have to reverse. This is not good. This might get me stuck. No, we're good. We're good. We're in. And I'm hoping that we got the stuff at the end of the rope, which we did. Wow, that actually worked. I've got stuck again at the bottom end of the field while trying to switch to a new box. So back with the Massey. And we want to keep things running. We've got the chain on the back. So with any luck, we can just back this up and get it hooked on. Yeah, I'd like to have carried the chain about, but that's not how it works. So we'll have to drag it behind. Get it reversed up. Probably going to be driving over it now, which won't work great. Right, and can I pull the chain out from under there? Can I connect it up to here? Will it allow me to connect the chain up? Yes. So, no, it won't. So we need to pull forward so that I can actually pull the chain out from underneath the tractor, where it's got itself very stuck. And then once we're out from under there, it should give me the option to connect it. There we go. Tractor is doing good. So we'll turn it on and we will pull it out. This works so well, although that skidding tractor is weird. Right, let's see if, whoa. Okay, let's just pull forward. Yeah, that is still stuck. So I'm gonna have to pull it right to the edge of the field and out onto solid ground. And then the other tractor stops sliding around, which is very useful. And stop it about there. Good. Oh, we need to turn it off. Right, and then detach it. And we can get back to doing the job. That is mad. That is definitely the right way around for us to have this set up, though. I'm just hoping that we can avoid getting stuck too much, because right now it's slowing us down to have to pull this tractor all the way up the field and back, and just to get it back into the crop and get it harvesting. Finally, the rain is stopping, and that means without too much time needing to pass, we should end up with a nice dry field and no more getting stuck, which is fantastic. We are, though, now full again, and we've got to be, as always, careful to unload this. Oh, if I sit there too long, I get stuck in the mud, and that is just the reality of it at the moment. So this is why I'm having to try and do a drive-by drop-off. So drop the actual thing, yeah, lift it up again, give ourselves a new box, not stopping for too long, or that happens and we get stuck. Oh, I'm so pleased that we are able to pull ourselves out of this situation, but not so happy about getting in it repeatedly. Let's see if we can't get this here this time without too much hassle. You let me pull the chain out? Nope. I think what I have to do is reverse right up with it. Oh, actually, that flicked out the back quite nicely. Right, let's get that over there. Hit X to connect it up. Start up the tractor. Press Y to do the automatic steering. And then pull it out of the field, back down to the other end, and get things running again. This is ridiculous. Back out onto the road again, and there we go. We'll stop that. There we are, and disconnect it. Right, and hopefully this now is not gonna get stuck too much more, because things should start drying out and the mud start getting less deep. I think we've left the engine on. Yeah, let's turn the engine off in the Massey and get back out in the field in the Vulture and get the rest of these carrots lifted. In fact, I can already see that we are no longer over the wheel rims. So yeah, this is already drying out quite nicely. Unbelievably, more rain has suddenly been forecast. We're looking at getting damp again. And having a look at the forecast, thankfully it's not till 8 p.m. this evening, but I don't know what the next 2 days are going to hold. And it hasn't taken long for the ground to completely dry out. We have no sinking at all now, and we can just crack on and clear these carrots out. We're making such good progress. We might actually get these finished today, which would be absolutely fantastic news. It is just the whole thing of getting them dropped off and picked up with the Merlot. But we can do that next time. We can go into November doing that and get these all cleared off. It is just fantastic to see so many carrots coming off this field. This is going to make a big dent in that loan. Something that's dawned on me with doing carrots is that if you're looking for something that's going to make you about as much money as it would take you the time to harvest several fields of grain, so your barley, your wheat, your canola, but you've got limited space like we have here with only having this many fields. Carrots are a really good way to go. It takes you a while to harvest them, but the amount you make off them is humongous. And this is the thing. They take the time to do, but it's the space. You don't have to go out and spend a huge amount of money on a huge field to make a load of money from a crop. It does take the time to do it. If you think about it, we've been spending 3 days on here. I think this is our 3rd day on these carrots. And yeah, and think how much you can actually get harvested with a combine in that time. But you won't make much more. You make sort of 30 grand maybe. I think even less off a field this size. I think you'd make about 20. I reckon we're going to make somewhere between 60 and 80 with the carrots. In fact, looking at the current carrots best price, yeah, we're looking to make 50 grand off the carrots. And we've not finished the field yet. We could easily make 60,000 off here, if not more. We're back to doing a boxer row. We are getting a really good yield out of here. And we have knocked out the majority of this field at this moment. We've got this big triangular bit left to do, and I think that's probably what we're going to end up finishing off on here and completing that. I really want to get these carrots done and dusted now, so these 2 days I think are going to be our final push for it. With any luck, we won't have an issue with the rain tomorrow. It might be a nice dry day. That would be good. I don't know how dry it's going to be. The forecast is not good. The forecast is for rain, but that can be anything from just a little bit of a flatter to a full-on full day of rain. If it is a full-on full day of rain, we will probably have a crack at something else so that we can get these carrots out when it's a little bit drier and we're not having to get the tractor pulled out all the time. But yeah, we've got nearly 60,000 pounds worth of carrots, I think, on this field. Possibly a little bit higher than that. And we have only got one more month to get them lifted. Just coming up to 6 o'clock, and it's getting quite hard to see what we're doing here on the farm. The darkness with the clouds cover is really bad. We have got all of the area that we opened up today done, along with either side of the tree. And that is despite the difficulty we had with everything, with the rain and the tractor getting stuck and needing to pull it out several times. So we got a little bit left to do, but for today, I think that is probably another nice full box to finish things off. So we'll turn this off, we'll unload that box, and that is the perfect place for us to finish off for today. So yeah, we'll be picking this up next time. Hopefully we'll be able to knock the rest of this field out, and we'll start to look at what we're going to be doing to finish things off. I'm actually going to be quite happy to see the end of this field of carrots. It's been quite a long job to get them lifted this year. And it always is a long job to get the carrots lifted every year, but it's been a fairly effective one. We've earned quite a bit of money from them, or we will earn quite a bit of money from them, I think, this year. And that is all going to go into our overall tally for what we should end up with on the farm. We've got... yeah, we got just this field to do today. I'm expecting that we might just get this all collected up as well, ready for the big sell-off we're going to be doing in December through to January is when we're looking at the best price for most of the stuff on the farm, actually. So we'll have the straw to sell off, we will have all of the barley to sell off, and we will have all of the carrots to sell off as well. And as a result, that is just going to be a fantastic amount of money that we get. We are 11,000 in the red, so that's why again today we're going to have to do this with our selves, doing this manually rather than being able to get a hired worker to do it. But that's all right, because we should finish this off with enough time to get the telehandler out and be able to get all of the boxes that we have on this field picked up. I'm gonna reverse back into here and continue on, but yeah, already we're opening up this field quite nicely. I was actually worried that we were gonna end up with a really wet day today. Certainly that's what the forecast during yesterday's episode was pointing to. And thankfully, that's not happened. It's actually going to be a really clear day all day. We're not expecting any rain at all, at least until the evening. And by the looks of it, we're actually going to have sunshine the whole way through until then. So I'm really happy with that. I'm very, very pleased that we seem to have a clear run at the end of the carrots, which is utterly fantastic. That means that we'll be able to move on to December next time. We'll be able to get the cows milk sorted and the sheep's wool sorted. We never sold any wool in this series, so we're going to be doing that at the end. But of course, the big thing we've got to do is get these carrots sold, and that's going to take quite a bit of work, as we've seen last time. So we want to get everything sold that isn't the carrots when the carrots aren't at best price, and then we want to get the carrots sold when they are at their best price, and that way we will maximize how much money we'll make on here. We're going to make far more money from these carrots than anything else on this farm. It hasn't taken me very long actually to open up a pretty wide area here. We're almost to the point where we can start stacking boxes in the middle of the field, which is really good. It's basically what we were doing on the other side. And we're at the point now actually where we're getting full boxes at the end of the rows. So I'm hoping that's gonna stand until we get to the other end and complete this. So down there. Also, we're gonna have to run along this headland, I think, and pick up the excess at the end. You can see there we've got quite a bit left, but it's all going fairly well. We are lifting this pretty quickly, and it's only 10 o'clock. That's the thing that's amazing me right now. We do not have that far left to go, and it's only just turned 10 o'clock in the morning. So once I've opened up a large enough area in the middle of the field, I find the best way to deal with my boxes then is just to start stacking them like this. We'll start in the middle here, drop that down, unload it like so, put the new box on, and then we can just back the next box up to that one and keep it going and building a nice row of boxes in the middle of the field that we can then easily pick up with our telehandler. We've got 4 boxes now in the middle of the field. We've got a whole ton of them at the end of the field. We'll add 6, 7 at the end of the field. We've got another full box here at the end of this row, so we'll add this to this batch here. So back it up, turn that off, unload that, like so. So that is 12 boxes off here already today, and we're probably about 2/3 of the way through it at this point. And this is the easiest way I've found of getting into position, is to basically back the whole way up here, start it up again, and then drop it down, move forwards, and away we go on another row. It won't be long now till this is knocked out, and it's just going midday, so I am hopeful we can get all of these boxes collected up and back to the yard ready for selling off. This is going very smoothly. I am ecstatic that we're having such a good day for our final run at the carrots. And yeah, look at that. So many filled boxes. We had this last year. I'm intrigued to see if we make as much on the carrots this year as we made last year. Back this up to here. Turn that off. Drop the box off. And if we pull forwards, put another box on. And we've only got a few rows left to go. And then we will be free of the carrots on here. And yeah, in will come the money in the very near future. Currently working through the last obvious row on the field. I think we are just about done. Whether this will be a full box or not, I don't know at the moment, but I think we've got a few patches around the field where I've not quite managed to get all of the carrots. I think they've basically been topped but not harvested. And yeah, there are several strips along the field, couple right in front of me here. So what I'm going to do is actually try and collect some of these. I think we can see one of the more obvious ones here and see if we can finish off this box. We are 68% full. So yeah, oh wow, look at that. Immediately we're picking carrots off of here, and there's a row here of carrots that definitely need lifting. It's not a huge amount. You can see it's only doing about 30 to 40% capacity of the harvester. Yeah, 50% capacity, so it's not a massive amount here, but it might just be enough on these rows to fill this box up. And yeah, that row has done it. We are full, so let's turn this off, drop this down, unload this box here, lift it, and fold up our harvester. Fantastic work from that. There's not really that much left on the field, so I'm not too worried about it. We'll take this into the yard, give it a wash down. I think we have a pressure washer in here, don't we? Somewhere. And then we'll start getting these boxes collected off the field. No, I don't think the pressure washer is here. I will have to work that out in a bit. But yeah, we are done with our carrot harvester for this year, and that has done us really well, that little carrot harvester. What a fantastic piece of kit. Slightly earlier than expected, the rain has arrived, but that shouldn't stop us. This has collected these boxes in the rain before, and I'm fully expecting that we'll be able to do this without too much hassle. We've already got 70,000 litres back to the farm. We are beginning to drop into the mud a little bit, but this is working really well, as it normally does. Our telehandler is a really good little one, and I'm very pleased that we've had the Merlot on here. Of course, the Merlot is leased. This isn't owned by the farm, and it's a really good example of what we could end up buying at the end of this series. As I said last time, I'd like to know what you guys think, whether we should try and buy as much of our leased equipment as possible and get that set up for the farm, or whether we should try and pay off as much of the loan as possible. I think we could go either way and just see where that leaves the farm at the end of this. I could go either way. I think it would benefit the farm to have all of our leased stuff paid for, but at the same time, I think it would benefit the farm to be able to borrow a bit more money when we need to by paying off the loan. But yeah, let us know down in the comments, what would you rather I did? Would you rather I tried to pay off and buy as much of our equipment as we could, or should we actually just try and pay off that loan and keep our equipment leased for now? The rain has finally stopped, but man, are we still throwing up a lot of mud. That is absolutely crazy, and it's slowing things down. We're only able to travel at 12 miles an hour on the field. The sun is setting as well, and we have a few more pallets to get off here. Just trying to see if we can pick up 2 of these at once. Want to speed things up a little bit. We'll get all of these cleared off here tonight, but you can see that might actually be an issue, because of how quickly the light is fading, and finding all these boxes is going to be a pain. How much have we ended up with on the carrots, though? 219 litres, 220 litres, 220,000 litres, basically, worth a whopping 69,000, so nearly 70,000, especially once we get our environmental score bonus on that. Eggs are ready to sell at the moment. They're a little bit above. I don't know how much the price will drop on those tomorrow. But what we'll do is we'll get the eggs sold first to try and preserve that price as much as possible. However, with the light fading very quickly, I don't think there's much more we can do here. And we'll need to pick up the rest of these boxes next time. And in fact, what we can do with that is put them straight into the shed and load our trailer up ready for selling next time, I think is the best way to go. So we've got quite a large amount of carrots to sell off today. We're going to be doing it the same way as we did it last year. We're going to be filling up from the conveyor over here into our trailer, and meanwhile we'll be grabbing boxes and sticking them into the storage so that this is kept as full as possible. Can I get under here and get it in the right position? Wasn't quite this fiddly last year. I'm not quite sure why we're having trouble this time, but there we go. Yeah, there we are. 70,000 litres of carrots. So we'll get them loading up in there. It takes a little while for that to load up. Meanwhile, we can come here, start this up, and then I should be able to grab 2 boxes at a time. We'll start with the end ones. If I grab them horizontally, right, or sorry, if I grab them sort of straight like this, instead of 2 side by side, they will both fit in. The trouble we've had grabbing them this way is sometimes they fall off the front, so we just need to watch for that. But they do go in here fairly easily, and immediately 2 in there, and our cost should start dropping really quickly. We've got about 100,000 litres here in these boxes, and we got 70,000 litres in the actual storage, so it's going to be a large amount we sell. Unfortunately, it's not the best time of year to actually sell these. I thought it was going to peak in about December, January, which is what we were told here by our max month. However, we are a long way off the max price, and if we look here at the actual costs in the prices, we find that the price fluctuations, the best price is in June. Now, I don't know if this was a great demand or something we had in the year, but we seem to be quite a way down from it, and so the price that we get from this is not a reflective of the best price that we can see on that screen. We do seem to be reaching as close to the rest of the months, so the normal peak. So I think we'll make a fair amount on here and make more than we would at other times of the year. But yeah, definitely doesn't seem to be a peak time, and there is the trouble with taking 2 boxes like this. You get one that falls off the front, and then you got to clean that up. But I think these 2 are the last 2 we'll put in here for now. We are down to 55,000 in there. We'll turn this off, and time to go and sell our first load of carrots. Yeah, ready. 6,597 litres, and we managed to get about half that actually in there while we were loading up. Our first delivery today is going to be to a fairly tricky one. as you can see by me mounting the side as we come in, we've got to get this into the northern dairy. This is always fun to back this into this place. So we're gonna bring it around here and then try to back it round. By coming into the side here though, I've given myself a bit more space to maneuver, and plus doing it with this trailer, I'm not having to use a big long trailer. In fact, wow, that is the easiest I've ever had it getting into this place. And this, I'm hoping, oh no, this isn't going to immediately clear our debt that we have. It's going to take a few loads to clear that out, I think. And yeah, only 6,368 from that. We are going to have quite an uphill battle, I think, to get out of the debt initially. Thankfully, we've got a lot of these carrots, and you can see here the exact problem with this. This is so tight. In fact, I think what we're going to do is see if we can just take out that bit of fence there and give us a little bit better ease of access to getting in and out of that sell point. Back to the yard, and we'll get this parked under our conveyor again and start loading things up. Yeah, this is the long old journey on this, but we should be able to get all these loaded up today, and maybe even get the barley loaded up today as well. Make a load of money from that, and then tomorrow it's going to be very much selling off the rest of it. So the bales we've got on the bale trailer there, we've got a load of milk, we've got a load of eggs, and we've got a load of wool, which we haven't touched at all yet in this series. One of the best suggestions I've seen for how we should finish off this series next episode is by getting all the money in, see how much we actually make on the farm this year, and then doing a split between buying some of the more important and older equipment that we have on the farm. So like this Merlot is still leased. It's been leased since we got it, and I think it would be really good to buy that, and then with whatever we got left, pay off as much of the loan as possible. And I really like that idea. I think getting this farm set up as much as possible and going from there is a really, really good way, and to see exactly what effect having this farm has had on getting us set up on here. So that very much, I think, is the way I'm going to go. It makes sense to me to do it that way, and that way we'll make sure that the most important things on the farm have then been purchased, and we can go from there as to how much we can actually get paid off. We're down to 9,500, well, 9,103 in our deficit now. Last load went fairly well. Got all delivered and dusted, done and dusted. And yeah, I'm just now loading these up again. It is a little bit repetitive what we're having to do today, but this is kind of what you need to do to get these loaded up. It's always been interesting to me about getting all of these done. All right, we've got to get this up. This is why we can't just drop these boxes off here. Now, I do like the way this works, the way this allows us to load things up. And with any luck, we'll manage to get through all of this fairly quickly. Sounds like the trailers stopped filling, and we do get about 12,000 sets of carrots in each time we refill. In fact, yeah, that's still going, so that's good. We can get more in this time, which will make me very happy, and get 16,000 liters in, and that then gets us within 10,000 liters of what the trailer takes out, and we're down to, we're going to be under 8,000 pound in the red before we go and tip this load. So I think one more load after this, and we are going to be in a position where we're actually starting to make profit. And tipping this load up takes us within £500 of actually hitting actually getting back in the black. £563. By the time we load up a couple more carrot boxes into the silo, we will then be in a position where we're actually back in the black, which is fantastic news. Loading these 2 boxes up should take us back into the black. And the first one goes, and there we go, 353. Now everything that we're doing is going to take us back into the positive, which is fantastic news. Finally, we're making some money. The last 2 boxes for this time, because our trailer is full, and we're leaving here with 1,273 in the bank. We can take the lights off on the tractor now, and yeah, should get another 6,000 odd. We're going to be verging on 10 grand by the time we come back this time. So back into our sell point again, pull up to here, and then reverse this in and make sure we don't hit the car, or the fence would be useful. Yeah, that's heading for the fence at the moment, taking this a little bit wider than last time. Such a tight sell point, this. I love how tight areas of this map are, but it gets a little bit frustrating sometimes. But there we go. We have our first load that's actually giving us money in profit, and that is taking us up to 8,524. Brilliant. And now we just keep loading this away. It is going to be a day of just loading this up and seeing how much we end up with. So far though, I'm impressed. We are definitely making money pretty quickly now, and it's 1:10 already. So we've got a fair way to go and very little time to do it in. First though, I've noticed our fuel levels are getting a little bit low in this tractor, so I'm just going to pull the tractor over on the side of the road over here, because trying to maneuver in the shop is going to be a pain. I could have pulled over there, but we could really do with a canister of DEF. So we'll grab some of that. I want the 50-litre capacity. Buy that. Yes, okay. And then we'll just sling that in the back of the trailer and get the tractor filling up with that while we are filling up the trailer with carrots. Because it takes a little while for the DEF to fill. We can then fill it up with some fuel on our way out, or actually we might do that on the way in as well, just to make sure it's done. But if we put that in the trailer, that then gives us the opportunity to get the tractor refueled with DEF while we're filling with the carrots, and we're not going to run out of fuel today. We'll just pop back to the dairy yard, stop here, jump out, refill our tractor, and then we'll go and get it refilled with DF while we're filling the trailer with carrots. That should work pretty well for us, I think, and avoiding a big problem in the process. So under our belt once again, get this into position, and then just grab that canister out the back, and before we start filling this trailer up, jump into the trailer, grab that. Down there like so. Perfect. Right, and then we'll refill the carrots. And can I refill? Oh, I don't think I can get the DEF to refill while we're under the carrots there. Yeah, So I'm going to have to do that once we have filled the carrots. We'll have to move it forwards. Not a problem though, because all that means is that we'll get time to refill our silo with some carrots. I have just seen this has 5 damages on it, so this is gonna need a repair at some point, and it needs an inspection in 8 months time. It has 5 damages on it right now. This Merlot is going to be out of action for a while, and I think what I would do is probably get it repaired over the winter once this job was finished. Trailer is full, so we'll just go and put these 2 into the silo, and then I want to just move this out the way. We'll put this over here and pull this forwards and around so that we're out of the trigger for the silo, and can just get this to refill then with the DEF while we put some more carrots in. So there we go. That will take a little while to fill, and in the meantime, yeah, this is getting a bit low anyway, so really we want to be putting more carrot boxes into here while that refills with DEF. I think I can hear that the DEF has stopped, so we'll turn the Merlot off. We're up to 37,000 in there. Yep, the DEF has stopped filling, so I want to go and put this back in the shed, and yeah, now we have a full set of fuel in our tractor. We shouldn't have any issues going forwards. Let's put this in here in this workshop, which isn't a workshop, interestingly enough, but it will do for storing that for now. And at 5 to 3 we'll head off and sell again. We are nowhere near getting all of these sold. I think this is going to be a job that goes into tomorrow and our final sell-off as well. At least we've got most of the boxes loaded up, and we're going to need to get a whole load of those done further as well to get any chance of getting all these carrots sold. It takes so long to sell all the carrots from a single field. It's quite incredible. They are worth a fair amount of money, which is always good, but it's so time consuming to get them all sold, especially on a map like this where your maneuverability is limited in some of the sell points. So you end up having to use smaller equipment with more journeys to do it, which is more time consuming, and so you end up with a much bigger job to sell them. In real life, I think you'd probably get a large bulk lorry and you'd take them down and you do it 60,000 liters at a time, and you'd make a huge amount of money that way, and doing fewer trips as well. We just can't do that on the here. Can you imagine trying to get a 60,000 liter trailer, bulk trailer, into that sell point? That just isn't going to happen. There's about 100,000 liters left in the crates here, so there's 4 trips worth left in our boxes. We've got 1.5 trips, so there's about 5 more trips down to the sell point to get all of the remaining carrots sold. That's quite a lot. I think we might manage to get maybe 3 more trips done today. I don't think we're going to get many more than that. So yeah, we're going to have a few carrots at least to get sold off on our final day on this map. But then that's fine. We'll have the carrots, a few carrots to sell off. We've got an entire trailer full of straw to sell off. We've got the barley, we've got the milk, we've got the wool, we've got the eggs. So there's still plenty to go on here that needs selling. And 100,000 liters actually is only about another £25,000. So we're still only looking at being maybe 60,000 on the carrots in total. I think we might get to 100,000. We're certainly, I don't think, gonna break that. I'd be amazed if we end up with more than 100,000 on here. And to be honest, I think that's going to be a case of buying some of our leased equipment rather than paying off a huge whack of our remaining loan. I've miscalculated how many boxes there are actually left. It is only about 50,000 liters that we had in boxes at the time. So yeah, there's not that many more trips that we need to make to sell the rest of these carrots. We are going to be in a really good place for this by the end of today. Certainly all of these carrots will now fit into the silo, so we'll get the rest of these loaded in here today. I think we will probably manage to get one more trip to the sell point today as well. But that only means a couple of trips tomorrow, and without having to actually load anything into the silo, because we will finish loading the silo up today and be ready to get the last couple done next time. Oh, we've almost lost a crate there. There we go. And yeah, that trailer's almost full, so we'll get one more set of boxes in, and then we'll go for one more drop off, and then yeah, we'll come back. The rest of the boxes will nicely go into silo, and we'll be set up for our final day and our final sell-off. The snow is coming down thick and fast now, and it wouldn't surprise me if it settles overnight, because it's -6 we're looking at. So I think we might have a snowy day for our final day on here. But this is our final load of carrots for today, and it's going to take us up to about 37,000. The price has been going up steadily all day with this sell-off, and we are coming up to 38,323. And yeah, we're now getting nearly 7,000 a load for the carrots. So I'm going to load up a trailer ready to take first thing in the morning. That way we can get right on this really early, and we'll get the rest of the remaining carrots in here as well. So there's only 15,000 liters in the actual silo at the moment. We're gonna need to fill some more in there, or it's not gonna be able to fill the trailer up. And we don't have a huge number left over here. What? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20,000 liters. No, not even that. 18,000 liters is all we have left here. So there's not much more than a single trailer left to sell on here. Final box of carrots. We just need to get these into the silo, and then we're done for today. That actually has been more successful than I was expecting. I thought we were actually gonna struggle to get as much sold today as we have. But with that done, that is all of our carrots loaded into the silo or the trailer. So let's have a look. How many we got? We got 7,223 in the silo. We've got a max trailer of 26,597. So one trailer and a bit to sell. I'm starting with the remaining carrots today. We've got 26,597 liters in this trailer. We've got another 7,000 left in the silo left over from yesterday. So that will be a good start. And the price for these has actually gone up. I'm not worried by the fact that I sold off most of them yesterday. We wouldn't be able to sell everything off today if we had waited until today to sell the carrots off. So I'm not too concerned about that. We are making a decent amount, though. It's just under best price, which surprises me completely. Best price being 316 per 1,000 liters, and we're getting about 302 for them here at the farm shop. That's if we can get ourselves into position. Let's have a look here. Yeah, we are very much stuck between a rock and a hard place here. So let's move into this. And we got 2 sell points here that are good for today. We got the farm shop, which is good for the carrots. And then we've got the thorn and thistle opposite, which is good for the barley. And that actually is above best price. So very happy about that. In fact, lots of stuff is near or above best price today. So I'm really happy with all of that. So our first sale of the day is going to take us up 8,000 for the harvest income, with us nearly 800 on top of that. So nearly a 10% boost on top of that. That is really good. And that is much more than we were getting yesterday. That's a good £1,000 extra to what we were getting yesterday. So very nice there from the carrots. We'll go and get the other 7,000 liters and get them tipped as well then. And then we can move on to the barley and see what that's going to be worth. And we'll just pull underneath our conveyor over here and get this done. So the next crop I want to do today is going to be the barley. We'll get that loaded up into this trailer, and then we'll go and sell the straw bales we've got, because we need to clear off our flatbed to be able to sell both the wool and the eggs. Unfortunately, I don't think the eggs and the wool are going to the same place. No, one is going to Northern Grain Services and the other is going to Northern Dairy. So yeah, we'll need to take the wool to the Northern Dairy. We'll get a little bit under what would be best price for that. Eggs are just a little bit under and dropping. So we are going to lose a little bit on both of those, but not a massive amount, I don't think. It's good, though, that we are at least getting some of our crops at the best price. And so this finishes off the carrots with another 2,201. So happy with that. That's a good price. And 206 for the environmental score. Let's go and get the barley and get that down here as well and see what that takes us up to. We're only at 46,000 at the moment, so I think we're actually gonna end up. Well, no, we ended up with about as much from the carrots this year as we got from them last year, which, considering that we're on a slightly smaller field with field 5, is really good. Now, to get the barley, we need to back this trailer into the shed. Don't think I'm coming at it at the right angle. So it's not too bad, actually. Could have been much, much worse. And let's go and open that shed up so that we can back in there and get it. But yeah, it comes out of a chute here. It's actually really cool, this shed. So if I go in where our combine harvester is, and we squeeze down the side here. Actually, I need to put the ladder up and I can't do it. Oh, we jump on the combine. That'll do it. You can see the storage is up here, and this is where our barley is. And yeah, it gets shoveled into place, which is really good. I really quite like that. That's a very unique storage. Let me get past the combine. There we go. Drop down. And yeah, now need to back this into the shed. Much easier from this angle here. And round and in. There we are. In it goes. Fill it up with the barley. And yeah, this should all fit in this trailer, I think. More barley than I thought. We actually had 28,000 liters. I thought we only had 18. So this is also going to take 2 trips. In fact, no, it isn't, because we'll take this full trailer here, and the rest is normally kept each year for chicken feed. So I am going to do that as that is what we would normally do. And we're approaching this from the idea that the farm would continue on after we finish. Now, this is a much more difficult place to get our trailer into. Got to come back here, back this straight, make sure it turns pretty sharply to avoid the car. I don't think I've turned it sharply enough, so we'll have to pull forwards, try and straighten things out a little bit, and then push it around. Yeah, the car in the car park of the pub is really, really horribly placed. And I can't remove it. So I've tried moving it before, and you can't do it. So like everything else around here, it's really tight to get into some of these spots to sell stuff. This has worked though, and we are selling the barley, and we're heading up north of 65,000, 17,395 plus 1,600 in the environmental score takes us up to 65,538. This is going pretty well, but now it's on to selling some bales, some eggs, some wool, and some milk. So let's head over here and hook up the trailer full of bales. This should go for a nice little tidy sum. It's not all of our straw bales, but we definitely don't need any. We definitely don't need this trailer full for the cows. Best place to sell this straw is up at the Northern Grain bale sell point, so that's a little bit of a trek across the map, but at the end it's going to be worth it, because this is going to add probably another 15,000 to our total. I think that this farm might have ended up being fully profitable in the next maybe 3-4 years. It is not there quite yet. I think we're going to be able to buy some of the equipment we've been leasing for a while this year, and as a result get the farm set up that way a bit. I would have liked to have done that and paid off some of the loan, but I think it's going to be an either or. And for the future of the farm, I think that the equipment we're leasing is ending up costing more money per month than the loan, even though it is paying off the equipment as it goes. It's still a big layout every month, and makes more sense to just pay that off. So let's bring this here, undo the straps, sell off all the bales, and that's 13,261, taking us up to 80,083. So can we make 100,000? That would be really good. Now, on our way back to the farm, I actually want to take a moment and talk about the next series I'm going to be starting this week. It'll start on Thursday, and it's going to be taking what we've been doing here with this Start From Scratch series and taking it another step further. On here, leasing and buying new stuff has been really, really useful. So I am going to limit myself to that. We are going to be doing a Start From Scratch series on a map that's been out for a little while. It's Purbeck Farm, or Purbeck 22. And we are going to be limited to buying equipment, only being able to buy equipment that is available in the used sale. So the idea being that we are very, very limited in the equipment that we can buy at any given time. And if a piece of equipment turns up in the used sale that we need to be in a position where we can buy it the moment it comes up. That will save us a lot of money in buying equipment, but it also means that anything else that we need on the farm until it comes up in the used sales, we are going to have to lease it. And the lease to own mod will not be present. So it won't be a case of, oh, we can lease that piece of equipment until we can buy it, because it will then be used to buy. No, we won't be able to do that. We will have to return any leased equipment and lose money on it. So the hope is it's going to be a real challenge, because when we buy equipment is not necessarily when we need it, but it's going to be more along the lines of, if it appears and we need it, we've got to buy it. So things like a combine, possibly, pretty much anything that we need, we're going to need to grab as soon as it appears. I've gone to load this up, and actually I think I've got the wrong piece of equipment. This trailer is not the trailer I want. We want to go and exchange this for the much smaller flatbed. We're selling a lot less stuff, and we need something that's a lot more maneuverable. So I think that might be in the cow yard. Yeah, there it is. Our farm trailer, our flatbed farm trailer. Much smaller, much better for taking a limited number of pallets. I don't know if we'll be able to fit all of the wool pallets on this, but we'll definitely give it a go. But this will be much easier to maneuver into any sell point on here. And when we're only dealing with things like 4 egg pallets as we are here, much better to be using the small trailer, stack them on this, and make everything much easier to do. First 2 pallets out, and managed to balance them both on here like this. You can't actually get in close enough on either side of the pallets in the chicken enclosure to be able to pick them up as you would expect. It's a very tight chicken enclosure, that. So yeah, I can't actually get into there, and we want to grab the 2 that I moved down here earlier. So, oh yeah, this is where it becomes a little bit trickier. Gonna have to come back for the other one, I think. And we'll actually take the last set of eggs out a little bit more realistically, actually fully on the tines and out the way. That's good. That's a decent number of eggs. We got 2,800 with another 14 on, so that's 4,200 plus. We'll see exactly how many once we strap these down, and we can then start looking at taking them. I'm going to go and put this around by the wool, and then we'll take the eggs and get them sold. So 5,206 liters of eggs. That is, oh no, 5,206 eggs. That's a really good egg count. Let's go and get them sold. So we're back up at the sell point by the BGA, and we are selling to Northern Grain Services, which is the back one of these sell points, I believe. We will just double check this before we drive over and sell anything. So I'm up here, and the back one, which is what we're approaching, is Northern Grain Services. Double check that Northern Grain Services is the place, which it is. So we can drive over and get these sold. Yep, and they'll sell as we drive over rather nicely. And that takes us up to 92,900, almost 93,000, but not quite. Oh, and just as the snow melts as well. And no sooner has the snow melted than it's already started falling again. I don't think it's going to fall at any rate enough to actually settle again. And it's looking like this is going to be a short snow shower. To get into the sheep field, the best way for us to go, I think, is going to be across field 5 here. And if we head up to the top end We still have the gateway. Yeah, this is here so that we can get stuff into this field without having to go around the really windy route into it. And there. And with our new bit of fence that we put across there, just sort of extended and reworked this. I do like the layout that we've ended up with on the farm here. It's worked really well for us. And makes me very satisfied for how we've done. I only wish we'd been able to build the main barn, which of course we've not had the money to do, and we're not going to have the money to do before we finish. Even with how much we're going to earn today, I don't think we have enough to put the main barn in, which would have been my next upgrade on the farm. Let's get this here. So we need to fit 6 pallets on here. That should be doable. This is the first time I've tried loading pallets up from the wool here. This is really tight. Trying to get in here and get these out is, yeah, not an easy task. And then we've got the end one there, which is completely in our way for getting the full end pallet out. So I don't know what we're gonna do there. We might have to come side on to the rest of these. But yeah, they are spawning in a fairly awkward place. Let's get this done. I think we probably should strap those first 2 down as well. That down a little bit further and then back out. Yeah, we might actually have to push all of these on because I'm not going to fit any more pallets on the back if I don't push these up a bit. I think going really narrow with my forks is probably the best way to do this. We'll come in at the side then, pick up these pallets from sideways on with really thin forks. We wouldn't have been able to do this with the first 2 pallets. Our tractor's in the way, but this, yeah, that will work. And then that will allow us to push that front pallet on from this side. We could possibly have gone 3 across as well. So lots of options to have made this easier. That though seems to work for me, and that gives us enough space to get a couple more pallets on the back without too much hassle. Final pallet, just with very little wool on it. I have no idea actually how much is on this pallet. I'm guessing not much. That has no, get on my forks please. There we go. Just 287 liters on it, so just over quarter of a pallet of wool. That's not too bad. I was expecting this to have like 10 liters in it. That was much more my expectation. But that has loaded this up, and we can go and put the Merlot away. And then we'll go and take these down to be sold. I'm very pleased with this trailer to using this for our final sell-off today. We are at our favorite sell point at the Northern Dairy. And this is just such a tight place to get it in. I think this is the tightest sell point on this map. We've been here before with our long trailer, and we just wouldn't have been able to do that. Let's just check. Yep, this is the Northern Dairy. This is also the best price for our wool. So let's just back it up and sell it off. And wow, 8,810 plus 825 for the environmental score. We have passed 200,000, and that's before we load up the milk, which is our last thing that we need to sell today before we finish. So let's fill up with the milk. Need to get this in the right place to actually do it though. It's not got the easiest trigger. There we are. We've got 4,385 liters of milk in our tanker, so little over half full, and we'll head down and get this sold. And thankfully, I don't have to back it into Northern Dairies. It's coming up here to Northern Grain Services. Empty it out. And we should make about 5,500, I think, from this. Will it take us up to 10k? No, not quite. 6,003 though, with 562 environmental score, taking us up to 109,139, which is a very respectable place to end our sell-off on this map. Sun is beginning to set here now on Northern Farms, just like our time is on the map. It's feeling a little bit weird to be in the final stages of this, and just to see exactly what we've managed to achieve this year, these 2 years on here. 35 episodes is not bad as well. It's a little bit longer than we've gone on recent series, but we needed to just to get through the 2 years that I'm trying to do on series at the moment. There we go, all done and dusted. So let's turn around. We'll take this tractor around to the other side, and then I want to review really what we're going to do with the money we've got on here. I'd quite like to pay off some loan. I'd quite like to buy some of the equipment. There's one piece of equipment in particular that I really want to buy before we finish this series. So we'll park up the Massey in the shed. It's looking rather dirty at the moment. I need to give it a clean at some point. But yeah, we'll put that away for the last time. Close up the shed. Oh no, we won't. We'll turn the lights off first. There we go. Then we'll close up the shed. And close up the shed here as well. And I just want to have a quick look at the equipment that we have leased, and as I said, there's one bit of equipment that I really want to buy. So this is the equipment that we currently own, and this is the very large pile of equipment that is leased on the map. Everything from the harvester to the telehandler to our seeder, everything on here is leased pretty much. To buy the harvester would cost us 157,000, so we still are not in a position on here to be able to buy the harvester. However, we should be able to, at this point, purchase the telehandler for 44,000. So yes, that is a piece of equipment that is used on here so much that buying it, I think, makes a lot of sense. After that, we've got lots of stuff that we use on a fairly regular basis, but lots of stuff that we don't. And so yeah, I don't think I'm too worried about any of that. We've got the bucket. Do we have any telehandler tools leased as well? No, I think all the telehandler tools actually are bought, so that's good news. So yeah, I think the next thing for us to do is to get the loan down a bit. And if we can get the loan under 400,000, I think that is really good. So loan is down to 400,000. The telehandler is purchased for the farm, and that leaves 24,000 operating costs for the next few months. Our farm, at the end of the day, stretches not really beyond where we initially bought. The land that we've got is worth 348,000. So actually, the land doesn't cover our loan, and I'm pretty much guessing that our equipment probably doesn't really. Yeah, I think if we sold off the whole farm, we could possibly cover the loan. So there would be quite a bit of work still left to go here on Northern Farms to make this a fully profitable farm. But I think 2 more years at it, and it really would take off. However, this is where we're going to be finishing on here. I hope you have enjoyed this series. It has been great fun on this map. Huge thank you to Simulation for the Nation for creating Northern Farms. It is a brilliant map. I recommend everybody goes and checks it out. I hope you will check out the new series on Purbeck starting on Thursday. Tomorrow we're off to Moss Valley. For now, all that remains is for me to say
thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.